but steam off my brim, so gallantly frail. I'm floating in soap and water for you.
Well, good afternoon. Glad to be here again today, here in the Texas studios and here wherever you are. Glad you could join us, and we look forward to spending some time just doing what we do here. This is the second week that we've had a name for our show. I like the name. It really gives us something to launch from as far as I'm concerned, because it indicates where we live, or at least where we need to live, and where we're moving toward. And for those of you who aren't familiar with us or with the name of our show, let me start with the name. It's WWLD, which stands for What Would Love Do? And what I like about that is it's a question that we should all ask. And hopefully we're coming up with the answers. But I want to start off by saying I'm not used to introducing the show. I'm used to my son doing this, and he's a little under the weather today. That's why he's not with us. And I'm going to leave it at that. We have some that would rather be more specific. And if you enjoyed the what is it, the beginnings of greatness, then you probably know all you need to know. But today, I think we'll do things just a little bit differently, but somewhat the same as what we've been doing it. We usually just kind of start off talking about some things, and hopefully I'll get a lot more input now that y'all, Stephen's not here to talk so much. But I definitely want y'all to join in with the conversation. But I've got a couple of things specifically I thought it would be good to talk about. One would be maybe to talk a little about the teaching this morning, like we normally do, because it really is a significant thing with me, because I'm one of those that bought into the whole idea of Matthew chapter 24 specifically is what we're being dealt with. And it has to do with what I used to think was in our future. And as a matter of fact, back in the 1970s, I thought all the things in Matthew chapter 24 would have happened way before now. But I had no idea that they really did. But I'm not talking about, in the 80s or the 90s.
Like way before now.
Yeah.
Not in our lifetime.
Yeah. A few centuries ago, as a matter of fact, a couple of millennia ago, these things took place. And without going into it right now, because I do want to hit on something else before we go there. After looking at it this morning, and I'm going to get y'all's, if you agree with me on this, it's so obvious. I mean, it's like, how did we look at that and not see how it had to be specifically something that was pertained to the people that Jesus was talking directly to at the time? But, so much of of what he had to say, even though indirectly, it affects us. It doesn't directly affect us. And that would be definitely a case in point. But what I want to start off with today is, being as our show is called What Would Love Do? I want to talk about kind of the beginnings as we know it, what love did. I thought that might be a good thing to talk about a little bit because there's a very controversial verse of Scripture. And I think most people are familiar with it. It's found in the book of John, chapter 3, verse 16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son. I'm waiting for a response. Controversial. I chose that term carefully because really I think it is controversial. I think there is controversy there that people don't realize. But how important, how significant is it? There's a lot of things we could say about it, but I just want to reference it to start off with because I think you'll probably find more agreement there than possibly any other verse of Scripture we could go to. For God so loved the world. I think if you make that statement, most people would agree, yes, he did. But if he did, then what did he do? How did he demonstrate it? And that's what I think is so significant, and that's really what, to put it honestly, has revolutionized my thinking. And I wanted to just bring up a couple of things pertaining to that, and then maybe we could talk about it a little bit. First of all, in John chapter 12, Jesus makes a statement, and I'm not going to try to teach on this. That would be, well, for one thing, we wouldn't have enough time, and I'm not the one that really needs to deal with this to that kind of degree. But I want to bring it up and look at it for what's actually being stated here. It's found in John chapter 12, verse 31. And Jesus makes this statement. He says, now is the time for judgment on this world. Now the prince of the world will be driven out. And this, talk about controversial. Now you can get into some controversy here. But the next statement he makes is right in connection with this. It's like he doesn't pause. He doesn't stop and start over again. He just keeps talking, basically. And he says, but I, when I am lifted up from the earth, will draw all men to myself. Now, I think I can say this and probably identify with most people who call themselves Christians. I've called myself a Christian most of my life, but it's only recently that I looked at that and realized that it actually does say all men. And also, and I think y'all have come to realize this, that term draw could probably better be utilized by saying drag. I will drag all men to me.
Yeah.
And when I think of that anymore, I think of little kids. And, you've been through a lot of that. We're going through that now. As children, we, and then our children, and then our children's children, and that's what we represent here right now. We're very resistant. And whether our parents are loving or not, or how loving we are as parents, I guess I should say, it's not so much the issue, but the more we demonstrate our love by guiding them, by, showing them and demonstrating to them what's good and what's beneficial and what's not. There's this process of dragging that takes place at times. And but the thing is, the thing that I wanted to focus on is if we ask ourselves, how did he love? How did he demonstrate this love? Well, hopefully We know by now that he was speaking in reference to the cross. If I be lifted up on the cross, if I read a little further, it would have stated that. And so we know that that took place. He actually did that. That's the basis of our faith. That's the the fact that he died and rose again is a fact, and it's reality. But the question should be, well, what did it accomplish? And according to his own words, it accomplished the drawing or the dragging of all men to himself. And to me, it answers the question of not only how he loved, but how much. What did that love cover? And if we go back to the other words, the now is the judgment of this world. How did he judge it? He judged it with his love. He said, I'm going to draw you to me. And this, as far as this, the prince of this world being cast out, the prince of the world at the time was basically against us. It was just the fact that man was against God and thought that God was against him. And the fact that he actually demonstrated the extent of his love to us by going through with what he taught. I mean, he taught love your enemies. He taught do good. He taught turn the other cheek. And he allowed humanity just to take him and to do with him as they would. And he actually gave his life to demonstrate to us how much he loved us. And in the demonstration of it, he says, I'm bringing you all to myself. You're against me. You think I'm against you. That's all going to change. And to me, in a nutshell, that's basically what he said. And so with that, I've got a couple of more things I want to bring out about that, but I'd like to get y'all's input, your thoughts on this.
Well, I'll go. I guess I'm in the same boat. I agree with that. What I struggle with is taking the words out of the Bible we have, because I question everything now. I question the word now. I question the word
Sure.
drag, like what does all that mean? And, I know what it means in English and to me, and as a reader in the context that it is in our English, but I still question the whole concept of the Bible anymore, and, but I do agree that there is question there in the context that we've once read it, and that we should be able to raise those flags, and we should be able to put it on the table and look at it objectively. And so, yeah, I agree that, there's more than one way to read things, obviously. And so I wasn't there this morning, or I was there this morning, but I was with the kids. And so I'm just kind of on
Yeah, that's right.
what's the co-pilot, whatever. And so, but yeah, I thought that was a good example.
Well, I agree too. Just thinking about, how he showed his love, because man was resisting. I mean, to the point they beat him, they hung him on the cross, and they did everything they possibly could to stop his love. And it didn't stop.
Right.
But not only did he not stop, but he loved them even more so. He gathered us up in his arms. He said, regardless of what you've done, and regardless of your intention, I still love you and can always love you. I've loved you from the beginning, and I'll love you always. And he proved it. And I'm in agreement. I love that.
Yeah. Well, we go on and we find, we discover by the words of Paul that, book of Ephesians has so much in it in reference to all that has been done for us. And I was reminded of that this morning, and something that was stated concerning good news. And this was part of the teaching this morning, since you missed it. and you know, it's always good to fill in the blanks when you miss, because if you're like me, you know, you hate to miss any good thing. And there was a point brought out about good news, and this was in reference to Matthew chapter 24, when Jesus was dealing directly, and we'll get into that just a little bit. He was dealing directly with his disciples, the people that were right in front of him. They asked him a question, and he answered it. And basically, the question was, you know, what are things? How are things going to come about? When will the end of the age be, and how will we know? And he began to explain to him, look for this. This will happen, that will happen, and was very specific. And you would think, as honest and straightforward and truthful, you know, Jesus even referred to himself as being the truth. And so, if this was something that was going to happen somewhere beyond the year 2012, which by most people's explanation today, most Christians are still looking for these things to happen. But I think if that were the case, he wouldn't have directed it toward them. Of course, I know this to be the case, but if we can look at it honestly, wouldn't he have explained that to them? You know, you don't need to worry about these things. This is not going to happen in your lifetime. As a matter of fact, it won't happen in the lifetime of your children or your grandchildren. You know, it's centuries away. But no, he said, you know, look for these things. He looked directly at his disciples and said, you know, this is the way it's going to happen. This is what you need to look for. And let's see, there was something specific. I do that. I get to talking about one thing and lose track of the thing I was going to bring out. But I'll get back to that. But let's get back to the other thing just for a little while, because there was something that I was considering a little earlier concerning, you know, the fact, the kind of character that God actually has. You know, what is he really like? And if we go back to that question, you know, what did love do? Well, you know, if God is love and Jesus is actually God himself, I mean, he said, if you've seen me, you've seen the Father. And this picture that he painted of a father, you know, loving so much that he would give his son. And, you know, the son did come, and he did do all that he said he would do. And the way he demonstrated this love, I was thinking about this, the situation with his disciples, just a simple thing that it's so easy for us to miss or to not see it for what it really is. You know, if you can imagine him washing the feet of the disciples. Now, these were sinners. These were people like us, you know, people like us. And they had all kinds of problems. And according to their law, probably every one of them needed to be stoned. And this law was supposed to be God's law. So what does God do? What does love do? It comes, or he comes to us, and to show us how he really is, instead of stoning these guys. I like what Dr. Jones's dad, one of the things he used to say. I don't know how many times I heard him say it, and I never got tired of it. He'd stand up to teach, and he would say, how many of you are glad to be here instead of jail where you deserve to be? And, you know, there's a lot of truth to that. You know, I mean, how many of us have committed something in our lifetime that by the standards of the Old Testament, of the Old Covenant, the law, deserve to be stoned? And, you know, instead of, you know, when God came, the one who supposedly gave us this law with its commands and so forth, instead of stoning these men, he washes their feet. And then he makes this statement, you know, he says, you know, and at the time, one thing I didn't bring out about that particular text, which there's a lot of things I didn't bring out about that particular text, but is that obviously they didn't understand what he was talking about when he made this statement. It wasn't until after his death, burial, and resurrection that they understood what he was talking about. And of course, that was most of, I mean, a lot of what he said. It wasn't understood until it was accomplished.
Well, that was one of the reasons he came, is to show them who he was, because they totally misunderstood who he was.
Exactly.
And they misrepresented his character. I mean, because they believed in law and killing and stoning, and that wasn't who the Father was. That's not love.
Right.
And so that was another reason that he came, was to show them, I'm not like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was just thinking too. You know, once again, I didn't get to hear the teaching this morning, but, you know, before Jesus came, there was sacrifices made out of fear. Everything people did, they trembled out of fear. They were taught to fear. You know, everything was about being fearful of God.
Yeah.
And then, you know, I could just picture, I mean, just in my human perspective, God saying, okay, you know, I'm going to show you how I am. And, you know, here comes Jesus. And completely someone to not fear, you know, just complete love, nothing but love. And his entire walk was just love. And then he's gone and he died in love. Okay. And then, so now here we are all these years later, and we're still being taught to fear. Our pastors are standing behind the pulpit saying, if you don't do this, you know, you need to fear God because, you know, terrible things await you. And so, you know, somehow in the mix, you know, thousands of years ago, there's fear involved. You know, there's all this fear of God. He shows himself, and then we're still afraid of God. Mm-hmm. You know, why? And it just seems like his love is not being communicated. And, you know, when we're younger, and, you know, I know that y'all can attest to this, you know, you buy into the fear, you buy into it because you don't know any better. But at some point you stand up and you say, I'm going to seek things out for myself. You know, never in my life have I read a book besides the Bible and applied it to me, and everything that was happening in this book, you know, was going to apply to me, you know, like the old lady that lived in a shoe. You know, I could read that and say, oh my goodness, you know, I've got some things to look forward to. You know, no, I don't read the old lady in a shoe and apply it to my life. You know, and so we look at the Bible and we apply it to our lives, and we say that this was made out for us, and that things that man jotted down was for us. You know, and like the wars and the rumors of wars, you know, whatever was talked about this morning, I didn't get to hear. You know, it was obviously something that was happening in this time, in this era. Right. You know, there's always been wars. You know, there will be wars after the wars we're in right now. I mean, there seems to always be unsettledness between countries, you know, so we can expect that. It shouldn't be anything out of the ordinary, and we shouldn't tremble in our boots because terrible things are happening, you know, and we shouldn't blame God and, you know, and say that this is what he was talking about. You know, this is it, you know, let's bunker down. That's not it, you know. Right. But I know that y'all can attest to this personally, because this is what you guys, I mean, this became a lifestyle, you know. Yeah. The whole end times fear, you know, that fear was placed on you guys, and you changed your life. You uprooted and put yourselves, in a safe haven, and everything was altered because of fear. And thank God you're not in that anymore. But it's sad. I mean, I guess a huge thing you've gotten from it is that you're not in it anymore, and that you can hopefully pull others out of it.
Right,
Well,
absolutely.
You're talking about the fear and the nonsense of it. Someone made a statement to me recently of, they were telling me what's going on in the Middle East and how we need to be aware of them coming over and taking over our country and be cautious. And I said, why? What are we going to do? And it kind of stumped this person for a minute. And I said, because, Jesus said, love your enemies. Why don't we try that for a change?
Yeah.
Because love is what works. Love is the thing that has stood the test of time, not fear.
Yeah.
And, love will accomplish things. The fear, all it caused was separation and for us to hide and withdraw and, but love is the thing that's going to bring us together.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
And, Jesus, that's what he brought to the table. That's what he showed. He fed those that were hungry. He healed those that were sick, regardless of race, creed, color, age. He was all inclusive.
Yeah.
And he, like you said, he washed the feet of the disciples. He ministered to people, to everyone that came. So, yeah, I'd much rather love than be caught up in fear.
Yeah.
If we're to consider possibly what he was saying, because there is a lot of room for growth, a lot of room for understanding when it comes to things that are so abstract, such as love. There's many definitions, many extremes when it comes to just the term love. But we do have some specifics when it comes to what has been demonstrated. Certain things that Paul has stated. I mean, we bank on that to a large degree. The fact that love, for example, is patient, it's kind, it's keeps no record of wrongs, things such as that, attributes, description of this love that we're in reference to. And there's we have some things going on in the New Covenant group that I can really appreciate, such as Greg Brahe, who is not convinced that there is a God. And careful the way I'm stating this, because I hope whenever I talk and I mention Greg or I mention Bob, I always hope they're listening. And with Greg, I know by now he should realize that we believe God's in him, just like he's in us. And I think I see the evidence of it. But he's looking for the proof. He's looking for something that can be nailed down that will say, this makes it factual. And I don't know if one person can actually do that for another, in the sense that, I can show you a proof, but I can demonstrate a proof. And I was thinking about that in reference to this woman right here, this one that just, I can't say anything but that, I'm captured. I've been captured by her. And when I was thinking about this, what Jesus said, I will draw all men to me. It's kind of like, this is God talking. And, I don't think he's lying. I don't think he's just kind of, saying, I'm going to try this and see if it'll work. Maybe I'll get some of you. And if this term has the implication that it's more like a dragging. In other words, it's something that you can fight it, but you're not going to win. And, Paul does bring that out. Love doesn't fail. And I can sense that dragging that has taken place in my life. I mean, it's like the more we grow in this thing and the more we realize and recognize of this character of God, as we really, I don't want to bring this up because I didn't quote the rest of John 3:16. People like to say that whosoever believeth in him might have eternal life. Well, I'm sure that that has meaning to it too. But one thing that Jesus does do for us that we find in John chapter 17 is he gives definition to this term that we refer to as eternal life. And it's knowing him.
Yeah.
And it's actually not dealing so much with a time element, but a quality element. And that becomes more and more proof of the connection between what he said about himself and what we find in our own existence, in our own lives. And I can say for a fact that I have been drawn, I have been dragged, and it's something that you find yourself not resisting because it is life itself. It's the joy of living, and it's wonderful.
I agree.
And so
you were talking about Greg Brahe. Oops. Something that I can appreciate is that he does question and he does want proof.
Sure, absolutely.
Because I can remember just from when I believed in hell and I was first presented with the possibility of there not being one. I just said, no thanks. That you're wrong.
Yeah.
I didn't ask, I didn't ask for proof. I didn't want proof. I didn't want to even tread those waters.
Entertain that thought.
Yeah. God forbid me question for one, but also you're so close-minded sometimes that you don't want to let any new information in, any new stimuli that might start getting the brain to work, and so, you can appreciate that about people. And before I couldn't stand it, like, how dare you say that you need proof? It's in our Bibles, that's all the proof you need. And that's simply not.
And if you don't believe this, go to hell.
Exactly, because there is one, and so that's simply not it. And, I can appreciate people like Greg so much more now. Mm-hmm. Because that's what honesty is. That's whether you're atheist or not, you're honest, and you're going by facts. And so kudos to him for seeking truth, no matter what it is, he wants things to be proven. And that's something I can say that I'm just now, in recent years, understanding the importance of. And so, and that's with, everybody associated with the New Covenant group. This is about being honest. And I can remember a time where, I just lied to myself to get by. I was happy in my own little world and my own little thoughts of who God was.
Well, you remind me of little kids like Hannah or Abigail when she was a little younger, and Alexis. They used to sit with a storybook and look at the pictures and make up the story as they went.
Yeah.
And it took education, teaching them how to read, before you could convince them that the story's not quite what they read.
Right.
And it's the same with us. It takes education. It takes someone teaching us how to read and how to recognize the character of our Father.
Right.
And so it's hilarious to listen to the stories that little kids make up.
Yeah.
And they're so convinced that this is what this book says.
They could be going off of the pictures or what they ate for lunch that day. The grass is pretty. It's just whatever is in their minds
Right.
that they go by.
And we were the same way, and we
Yeah.
were adults.
Yeah. And, if somebody
In
told
some
us,
respects, we were.
if somebody told us what to think, we thought it. That's okay. I believe that. There was no question about it. And that's sad
I'll say we were adults in our own thinking.
Yeah.
in years.
Yeah.
Well, you did bring up the fact that we were involved in a thing, and really, I guess, it helps to sympathize with people who are there because, we were actually trying to be more honest, and go with what we believed. If we had tribulation coming, if we had terrible things coming, and, we need to take action,
Right.
We've been warned about these things. And really, that aspect of Matthew 24 and the thing that Jesus was dealing with his disciples, it was a warning. It wasn't a threat. And that was one of the things that was brought out this morning. And, I hope everyone listening is familiar with Matthew 24. If not, go there because it is where he's dealing with the end of the age, how it's going to come about. And it obviously came about in their lifetime. And many of them were saved. And that terminology can be used in that application, but not in John 3:16.
Right.
In John 3:16, he wasn't talking about a salvation from something or other. He was actually talking about who he was toward his people. Does he love the world? Absolutely. He's in love with his creation. And something I brought out Thursday night that has become really special to me was the way he treated the people that stood before him when he spoke about the sparrow. And actually, I see it now more as I want you to understand, exactly. And we can either say I or we can say the Father because we're talking about the same one, And he could have just said, "This is the way I feel about you. This is my heart toward you." And he said, a sparrow was sold for a couple of pennies. I don't remember the exact amount, but he said, your Father, the fall of a sparrow doesn't escape him. And he said, you are worth so much more than them. He just come right out and said that to this sinful man that thought that he wanted them to stone each other, And that's the way he is. And, that's what he's given us, actually. That kind of caring, that kind of compassion, and it is there, but unfortunately, as we've experienced in our lifetime, it's hindered, it's quenched, and I'm using some of these Bible terms that we might be familiar with. I like what Bob Greaves said the other day. We're not depraved humanity like so many have been taught, and like I believe, I'm sure that y'all probably been there down through our growth process, but we may be retarded. We are, and that's that can be a mean term, but not to use it in a mean way. For something to be retarded would be for it to be slowed down in the process. And we've been hindered by the things that we've been taught to believe, and as you said, we just believed it, and until we really began to question, or someone, shook us up enough to get us to question. And, there's nothing more wonderful. And I will bring up something else that Dr. Jones brought out this morning. It was very encouraging to me. Most of the time when you see the term repent and the way it was utilized by the ones using it at that time, or at least the English rendering that we have of it, he was really, it was more of a, think about this, consider this. Because, he wants us to participate. That's our part. That's our part of the deal,
Yeah.
And unless we're willing to think, then we will just be kind of like Paul described, we'll just be tossed back and forth by waves.
Yeah.
We know what that's like.
That kind of reminds me, a year ago, I had a friend call me and tell me that, she just couldn't see where I was going, spiritually, if that's, whatever you want to call it. She didn't agree with things. It was time to cut me off. And I was a little shocked. And so I argued with her the best I could, on the spot. But I've had a year to think about what happened. And I've talked to my husband about it. And, I just, where do you take people? It's one thing if people just don't hear any truth, then they're kind of stuck and you can't even be mad at them. You can't blame them because they haven't heard anything different. But for the people that have heard this, but possibly their ears are closed or they're just not paying attention or they refuse to pay attention, it's almost like they refuse the truth because somebody else got to them first. Nope, what I heard this news first, and so this is what I'm sticking with. Because at some point you had to choose to believe what you believe now, and now you're presented with new. Why can't you at least consider it? Like
Right.
Jesus, consider this. Think about this. And the key word is think.
Yeah.
Think about what you're hearing here. And it's not like I'm presenting bad news to people. I'm simply saying that God's better than you thought he was. There's no hell for people. Isn't that great? But instead, it's like, are you kidding me? This is evil. You're a cult. We're hearing all these negative things. And so,
Crazy, isn't it?
yeah. And so, I've been kind of thinking about how do I want to handle the situation with my friend, because I still consider her a friend. She cut me off, but I'm here. I'm still me. And, what I'm learning at the New Covenant group is making me a better person. It's going to make me a better friend. And so I want to be there. I want to be able to just kind of represent some things, because I feel like I've learned a lot over the past year. And I feel like I've maybe gathered some thoughts together too over the past year. And so anyways, I'm about to be facing that, hopefully. But it has gotten me thinking, why is it just because she heard this first that's what she's going with? When there's something that sounds better here, but they refuse to go with it,
It's amazing that people set their minds in what they believe and don't want it changed. Because we change every moment of every day with everything else.
Yeah.
I mean, everything. I don't cook the same way as I did 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I don't clean the same way. I don't look the same way. I don't dress the same way.
Right.
Everything in my life changes. Why can't we allow our minds to change spiritually?
Yeah. It's kind of like what we talked about, I think it was 2 weeks ago, how we need to be on a health kick, with God. We need to get healthy here and feed ourselves with the good stuff and trim away the fat, trim away the bad stuff, throw the other stuff in the garbage, because that's what it is. And so that's what we need to do.
Given the signal that I think we're probably down to about 4 minutes by now, 3 or 4 minutes. So we'll have to wind this down. But I wanted to respond to what you just said. And I think it'd be a good way to end the program today, actually. I think people, and probably speaking from experience, because we're looking for something constant in our lives, something that we can nail down, something that we can depend upon. Would you agree? I mean, we felt like we had that in the past. I mean, we can stand on this. This is not going to change. Everything else may change, but this won't change. And as this began to be exposed, in so many ways, and so many things begin to be challenged in our thinking and so on. And it was kind of tough going through a lot of that. But one thing that hasn't changed, and we can be assured it won't change, is the one thing I think that we were most afraid would change. And that is that we do have a creator. We do have a God, and not only, is that a constant, but the fact that he loves us.
Yeah.
And that will never change. He will never leave us nor forsake us. He'll always be with us. And as we continue to grow together, we will enjoy and experience that love day in and day out. It's always there. It'll never leave. And, that's where people need to get, because the response that you got, I'm sure it was out of the thing that you talked about earlier, the fear.
Mm-hmm.
We're taught to fear and to be afraid of things that would change that very thing in our lives.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I think we've been involved more in superstition than we have in faith.
Yeah.
Pretension.
By the same token, what you were saying about being on a health kick, you set goals for yourself. And the only way to reach the goal is to be constantly, persistently changing to meet that goal. And, I have a goal spiritually, and it's to be perfected. It's to know all about my Father and his love. And so I look forward to changing. I look forward to my mind changing. And the way I look at people, the way I live, the way I look forward to maturing.
I agree.
And I know y'all do too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's wonderful.
Yeah. Well, stay tuned for Greg Brahe and Bob Greaves. They are next, and they're going to have a guest, but I don't remember his name. And at 8 p.m., Dr. Jones is going to be on with Dr. Boyd Purcell. I think that's how you say his name. But anyways, should be an interesting evening, so y'all stay tuned.
Yep.
We love y'all.
Hi, and welcome to Inspiring Honesty. I'm your host, Greg Brahe, and I'm an atheist. Thank you for sticking with us again through several weeks. This will be the second week that we have a third-party guest on the show. He's very, very different from the guest that we had last week. We will be joined by a young man named Nick Albertini, who is astonishing to me. I've had conversations with him over the course of several months. I actually met him through my father-in-law, who worked with him, and now we live on opposite sides of the country. But I'm really excited to have him on the show today. Don't want to go too much into why, or I guess what he is about without. I don't want to put words in his mouth. But what I can say is Nick is a brilliant person who has come up with a theory that combines quantum mechanics, superstring theory, neurobiology, and several other elements of science to come up with a deistic viewpoint of the universe, or more specifically, the multiverse. And from there, I will say I'll be joined again by Bob Greaves. Bob, do you want to say hi to everybody?
Well, greetings. Good to see you again, Greg. I actually can't see you, but I know you're there. And it's good to be back.
We're all disembodied voices here. It's fun on our end where we don't get to hear each other, or we don't get to see each other, just hear each other. But so I don't know if Bob has had the opportunity to learn anything about Nick from this point. Will this be your first exposure to most of Nick's theory, Bob?
Actually, no. In my own studies of human development, looking at the field of biosemiotics, it involves some very similar stuff. And so I'm very excited to hear what he has to say as well.
All right. Fantastic. Then with no further ado, I'd like to invite Nick to join us on the show. Nick, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Hi. Well, I'm a recent graduate of Lawrence University in Appleton, Wisconsin, where you are, Greg, I think.
Indeed.
And, sorry?
I just said indeed. Yes.
And since then, I've sort of been bouncing around, learning some more things. And now I'm here to talk to you guys about this theory that I've been working on probably since I was about 14 years old. At least I started reading most of the material that went into the concept at that time. I only recently figured out the main points in terms of finishing it up. And I had some help with that, actually, mostly at Lawrence. A good friend of mine at Lawrence, Bruce Stickle, helped me very greatly one day when I explained it to him. So,
well, can you tell us a little bit about your background as to what led you to this theory? What kind of things have you studied?
Well, I started out with a pretty strong fascination in physics, and when I was about 14 years old, I ended up meeting a man who became my mentor in Itasca, Illinois, where I lived at the time. He was from the University of Chicago, had gotten a doctorate in biophysics, and I remember I was riding my bike one day, and I ended up riding next to him and his wife, and he said to me, what are you interested in? And I said, physics. And he said, oh, tell me about it. I said, oh, yeah, I'm interested in quantum physics and, relativity theory. And I guess he was slightly impressed and said, follow me. He was with his wife, so I did. The guy lived right down the street. He went in his house. He said, wait here. Went into his house and came out with a stack of books. And he said, read these and come back. And that's what I did. And one of those books actually was a book that I'm going to cite tonight, which is The Origins of Order by Stuart Kauffman, which changed my thinking in terms of science, definitely, and from that early age. Can
you tell us a little bit about your theory? Just a brief general overview before you get into, and to the audience, we've done a 2-hour special today because Nick's theory is very complex. It involves very high level physics and some mathematical theories, some biological theories, and things that go very in depth into science. There's going to be some very technical terms, and Nick has been gracious enough to scour the internet to find videos put together already that he's going to reference a few of to get a better understanding or a better visual for the viewers. But Nick, I'm asking you to do a brief overview in general, and then we're going to kind of let you loose and let you show your theory. The reason that we wanted you on this show is because I'd love the audience to understand that science and the realm of gods, I guess, is not completely incompatible in the ways that I like to flesh it out. But Nick is bringing in a completely different viewpoint that most people would never have even been exposed to as a deist and somebody who supports his deism with a very intriguing understanding of the universe and of all that is. So it's a complicated theory, but it's incredible to me, and I hope that everybody else is enthralled with it as I am. So, Nick, with no further ado, I'm kind of going to give you the show at this point. So would you mind with a brief overview and then and then go nuts? Tell us about what you've come up with.
Well, so I don't know. I mean, the term God or gods, that's sort of up to you, I guess. The idea that I was sort of looking at is based on an evolutionary theory that was developed in the late 80s, early 90s. The work for it goes back further than that, mostly to the 70s when computers became faster and fast enough to process the information necessary to build this theory. But it's based on an evolutionary theory, and the gist of it is that evolution is a process that is scale invariant, which is to say that it takes place on multiple levels. And that's already fairly well established, especially the connection between evolution in the genetics realm with molecules and autocatalytic molecules or proteins and things like that, DNA, and the connection between that and neuroscience. The process by which our brains adapt to our environment. When we're born, our brains are very loosely organized in a sense, and that is to say that we, as far as we know, we basically don't really even see in the sense that we, as adults anyway, or even children, babies don't really see in that sense.
They're sort of overwhelmed with sensory stimulation, but it is radically nonsensical at first, right?
Yeah, that's right. And there's been experiments, terribly cruel experiments actually, on cats that have demonstrated this very well. But they did demonstrate it. Basically, there's a connection. The way that your neurons form and connect to each other as you learn is essentially mathematically identical to the way that your genes evolved over time and the species preceding man and things like that, and all species in the tree of life that we know of. So that's fairly well established. So the process itself, the process of this kind of evolution, which I'm going to call Kaufman's dynamic, or sort of, I guess maybe to coin a phrase, Kaufmanian evolution. Kaufmanian, you know. We say Darwinian, so I don't think that's too radical.
Seems appropriate.
So this Kaufman dynamic, which describes, and this is sort of the standard model of evolution today, this Kaufman dynamic describes both evolution in molecules at the DNA level, in the case of animals obviously have DNA, and it also describes very well actually the process that occurs in learning and the formation of synaptic networks in the brain. So it's fairly well established anyway that this dynamic in particular is scale invariant, at least on that scale. And that's a pretty big change in scale when you consider that Molecules are much, much smaller than neurons, and your genome is much, much smaller in scale, obviously, than your brain. So the basic crux of the theory is that being that this is a scale invariant process, there is absolutely no reason to think that it doesn't occur on the M theoretic level, or at the level of the universe or the multiverse. And that's not my idea. In fact, that's sort of Lee Smolin, who's a physicist who proposes this, and we'll sort of get into that.
It's become very common, I believe, and I agree with it. Yeah.
What I'm arguing is that because of this mathematical association, because it's essentially the exact same process as thinking, and for other reasons which I'll get into, that we should consider that the multiverse essentially is alive and living by the definition in biology of life and living processes, and that it's thinking. That the multiverse, for all intents and purposes, and by definition, mathematically and scientifically, is thinking. If it's infinite and it is a thinking functional neural network, as it's called, then its definition would be as an infinite functional neural network, which is the basis of our reality and appears to make choices, at least in the mathematical sense, and in the sense I think that we mean as well, as to what new universes are going to look like.
And with a quantum level brought in that even allows for randomness and choice.
I wouldn't say randomness. That's
okay.
Randomness is an issue in a sense. It's a mathematical issue. Randomness is non-deterministic. So there's two kinds of processes that are.
I mean, not determinate.
That would be random. I would argue personally. I mean, I would argue that I think it's a fact essentially that randomness has never been demonstrated in any scientific experiment ever done. The closest that I think we get to randomness is chaos, and the theory that I'm talking about, the Kaufman dynamic, is based on chaos theory. So randomness is sort of not the right word, but that is a process that is sort of unknowable. You can't know what's going on. Both randomness and chaos, in that sense, are the same in that we can't know what the process underlying it is. It's at least too complicated, and that would be chaotic. If it's deterministic but too complicated, that's chaos. Mm-hmm. Whereas if it's random, then there's no determinism whatsoever behind the scenes.
Can you explain what you mean by determinism?
Causality.
What the main distinction is.
Causality.
So the basic difference between randomness and chaos is that chaos means things may seem random, but they're actually the results of many, many infinitesimal different or extremely grand different factors that have played into it in the past, that we may not be able to know what all the causes are, but it was indeed caused by a multitude of things.
Right. That's the essence of chaos. And in terms of information, thermodynamics, right? If you have a bunch of particles in a room, let's say you got a room, this is a standard sort of way of explaining it. You got a bunch of particles in a room. They're free to fly about if they want. Let's say they have a little bit of energy, okay? You would expect, given the second law of thermodynamics, and this is essentially what the second law of thermodynamics amounts to, is that those particles are going to diffuse into the room, and you're going to find them at, what amounts to a diffuse form in the room, right? So if you wait a sufficient amount of time and these things are bouncing around in this room, they're always going to have essentially the same sort of overall average distribution, right? That's sort of clear as well. But they're not going to be in the same place at any given time. Determining how they got to that place without having all of the information, or at least the initial condition at some point in time in the past, if this is a classical system anyway. And in quantum mechanics, you don't even get that. So, but yeah, that's the essence of chaos. It's indeterminate in terms of being able to tell how it got there and all of those previous things, but it is determined. So it's not random. That's kind of important, I think, as well.
So how does that play into the rest of your theory?
Well, I mean, the theory is based on complex adaptive systems theory, which is based on chaos theory. So the whole thing, the whole theory is based on the idea that it's chaos, not randomness.
Okay.
But it's sort of a underlying fundamental mathematical issue. I mean, it's about as abstract as you want to get.
So what else can you tell us?
Well, okay. So basically, to start with what Kaufman did, he built on the work of a lot of, especially computer science scientists that went before him. He happened, however, to get access to the supercomputer at Los Alamos National Laboratory, which they used for fluid dynamics simulations to simulate, thermonuclear detonations to make really efficient bombs. And with that, he created a series. He went through and did a bunch of what are called NK Boolean networks. And it's basically, it's a network that's defined by two basic numbers, obviously, n and k. N being the number of nodes in the network, and k being the number of epistatic interactions between nodes. Epistatic meaning, just what it normally means in biology and in genetics. The number of interactions that each node has with other nodes in the system. The networks that he created usually started out sort of randomly distributed, so the connections were randomly distributed. And again, when mathematicians talk about using randomness, and especially with like computers and codes, what they're really talking about is a random string, which is really a pseudo-random string, which is generated from an algorithm, which is technically deterministic, but for all intents and purposes, it might as well be random. So
it results in something that seems to be generally distributed.
Yeah, and you can essentially replace one pseudo-random string with another, and you're going to get, hopefully you'll get the same result. It depends on what system you're working with. In his case, you would get the same result in a complex system like that. So what he did is he simulated evolution of genomes in a state space, which he ended up calling a fitness landscape. And this is essentially an extremely high-dimensional fitness landscape. The dimensionality, I believe, is n-1. So if you have 1,000 nodes in the system, then the number of dimensions in the system is 999. So this is, extremely high-dimensional state spaces. Sorry.
Wow.
Anyways, what he found was that, and hence the name of the book, which is, I've got the book here anyway, The Origins of Order, Self-Organization and Selection in Evolution. He put self-organization first, and the idea is that selection in the Darwinian sense actually takes sort of a back seat. Now, it's still inherent to the process, it's still absolutely necessary to the process, and it doesn't refute Darwin and Darwin's theory. What it does is it adds another aspect to it, which appears to be at least as important as the selective aspect. Of course, in Darwin's time, the distinction between randomness and chaos was unknown. Chaos theory really was born in the mid-60s with Lorenz, and he was a meteorologist studying weather patterns and discovered the chaotic attractor. So the distinction wasn't made in Darwin's time between something that was random and something that was chaotic. What this does is it takes chaos theory. It also uses what amounts to advanced computer technology, of course, compared to anything that even Lorentz was working with in like 1964, way faster, way better. And this was a supercomputer in 1993, essentially your laptop today. But so what he found is that these systems self-organize, and that the same processes that we see in the fossil record in terms of ecosystems evolving and collapsing. In fact, in the fossil record, many times ecosystems simply collapse. And we're finding this today, actually, of course. If you remove, for example, this is sort of an idea. This is what's called, in the book anyway, this is what he calls a complexity catastrophe. We recently had one of these in our economy. That's for real. That's what they're calling contagion. Contagion is essentially what they're calling in economics a complexity catastrophe. But what this is if you remove the center piece of like a food web, if you remove a key species, you can get a cascading effect that essentially destroys the entire ecosystem. So those sorts of things occur. There are mass extinction events in his computer models. So it very quickly became the book was published in 1993. This model of evolution very quickly became the standard model of evolution in biology today, and for good reason. And now it's being applied, of course, not just in evolutionary theory in biology, but also also in economic theory, and obviously in artificial intelligence and neural networks and studies of the brain, neuropsychology and things like that. So
I wanted to chime in on my own personal little campaign here. Is that this is one of the things when people talk about how and people criticize the theory of evolution as if it cannot be true. I don't think people understand quite how much they're criticizing when they talk about that. I mean, the theory of evolution is nearly indistinguishable from markets, from cosmological evolution. There's so many different ways that they are all intertwined and independent that to say that you don't believe in one of them is to basically refute most of all scientific knowledge in the world today.
I've never met anybody who says they don't believe in evolution and seems to even have a small understanding of what's really involved. They're dismissing something they really know very little about.
Well, I'd say what they do know about it tends to be misinformation as well, and rather intentionally so. But I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you off there, Nick. I just that is a very important crusade of mine to get more general acceptance, or rather to end the far too general denial of evolutionary theory in the United States.
I mean, sort of as a side note, and just to hit upon what you guys are talking about, from what I've seen, it seems that people who tend to deny evolutionary theory, probably don't know that much about it. But if they do, it usually is Darwin's theory. And, you'll find biologists today that don't even know who Kaufman is. That's something that will happen, So it takes time for ideas to spread. There's certainly more to it. And the interesting thing is that, frankly, with Kaufman's view, and this is sort of what I'm saying, the distinction between what they term intelligent design, which I don't believe in a biological sense, period. I mean, the standard theory of evolution of biological organisms from, autocatalyzing either proteins or RNA or DNA molecules in sort of a chemical environment, that seems very clear. And the evolution, of course, on the Earth over 4.6 billion years or so, that seems pretty clear. When I'm saying, in comparison to intelligent design, when you come to the idea that the evolution that occurs in our genome over millions of years is in terms of mathematical process, essentially identical to the evolution that occurs in our brains over the course of our lifetime as we adapt to our environment and learn and organize our neural structure. Of course, this is a very materialistic standpoint. Of course, I'm not talking about our souls evolve or something like that. It's our brains. It's the neurons in our head. But it's still the same mathematically. And so from that perspective, the distinction sort of blurs. That's another thing that I'm sort of getting at. But sort of to move on to physics, maybe, I'll come back to Kaufman, and that's going to be very important at the end. I sort of wanted to start with that so that I could come back to it.
Okay.
So
didn't you have a video associated with that?
Yeah, the video is we found it on YouTube, and it's just sort of a frame by frame of one of Kaufman's fitness landscapes changing over time. I don't know if it's one of Kaufman's, but it's certainly yeah, here it is. So it starts out flat, and you can see the peaks and valleys forming. Now this isn't showing another key dynamic of the system, which is little points on the graph that are kind of trying to evolve this whole time, representing individual genomes of individuals in a species. And in the book, he does multiple species on the same landscape, and they can affect the landscape so that they change the landscape for the other species. So he simulates entire ecosystems, and what he gets is essentially very much in agreement with the data that we collect from ecosystems. So it's a very good theory empirically. It matches with reality very well. But we'll get back to that. We'll definitely get back to that.
Yeah.
But I want to dive into the physics before we run out of time in the end.
Okay.
So I want to make clear with regard to the physics that this is not some sort of quantum mysticism in any way. I forget the guy's name, but there's a guy that goes around and talks about quantum mysticism and how, it means that we're all, I don't know, quantum entities, and very reputable people have come out on the side of quantum mechanics having something to do with our thinking, and the way that we can make decisions. Of course, this is assuming that we have free choice or free will, which I'm a bit agnostic on, I have to say, if not maybe falling toward the idea that we don't have free will. But that's not what this is. I do want to point out, however, that quantum mechanics is extremely weird. It is extremely weird, and that choice, the choice that you make, as a person, I mean, I don't know if it's free will or not, but the choice that you make as a person can definitely influence quantum events in a very strange way. And just to talk about this very quickly, I wanted to kind of hit on sort of one of the earliest experiments and one of the more simple to explain ideas in quantum mechanics, which is with regard to the double slit experiment. I don't know if you guys know what that is.
The light double slit light going through a double slit you're talking about?
Yeah.
Right.
When you
say
shine,
this is really cool. I like this.
So when you shine, if you just shine a light, you could take a light bulb and do it if you wanted to. If you shine a light through a double slit, and that's essentially a diffraction grating, which is just two slits that are close enough together. It depends, of course, on the wavelength of the light and things like that, and the size of the slits has to be specific. But you'll get an interference pattern. Light behaves as waves. This was Maxwell's equations back in, I think, the late 1800s. Well, not this one yet. This is when you do it one at a time. So if you send the photons through one at a time, this is what happens. And you still get a wave pattern. So that's very strange to begin with, and this is sort of an introduction to the weirdness that can be found in quantum mechanics. It's very strange that if you put the photons through the double slit one at a time, they still interfere. The question, of course, being what are they interfering with? One of the answers early on was they're interfering with themselves. That answer didn't make a whole lot of sense, because then what they did is they put a detector at each slit, or you only have to put it at one of the slits, of course, to see which one that photon went through. You can use an electron too, makes it a little easier. It has a charge. But you can do that with electrons as well. When you put a detector at one of the slits, you know whether or not it went through that slit. If it didn't go through that slit, obviously it had to go through the other one. When you detect whether or not it went through the slit, and you look at the data, the first thing you'll see right away is that it no longer makes a wave interference pattern. You just get two blobs, which is, the two slits. So it starts to act like particles, like little bullets, instead of having any sort of wave interference pattern at all. Now that's it acting like little bullets. And later on in this little short clip here, you'll see that this is actually, they didn't have any detectors set up because it did a waveform. You can see the interference pattern. You can see that it looks like a wave. And that's an interference pattern, but again, the particles are going through one at a time. Now, if you do that with a detector, you don't get that. What you get is two blobs. So, interestingly enough, it's not the detector. Having the detector at the slit doesn't matter, really. You can turn it on. Having it on doesn't matter. You can record the information, and that doesn't matter. If you never look at the information, if you certainly erase the information before ever looking at it, and make sure that it's erased and you'll never see it. After you do the experiment, you'll still get a waveform. You'll still get an interference pattern. So whether or not you ever become conscious of which slit it goes through is what matters. So that's very, very strange. And so, consciousness. This is what's called the observer problem. And
so I have a question on that. And this one is more of a rhetorical question, I guess, for demonstration purposes. But now, does it matter if you're the one who looks at that information, or say you could show me the results, and would that change anything if you did the experiment and I looked at the results?
I don't think that would change anything. It's basically if a conscious observer is going to become aware of the information. So, okay. like I said, they've actually run the experiment where they do the experiment, they never look at the actual results, and they delete them before anybody sees them, and delete them completely, and obviously no one's ever going to see them. And this is sort of a quantum eraser event. And what happens is, you're basically changing what happened in the past by the decision that you make in the present. And in quantum mechanics, this happens in other ways, but this is an easy way to talk about it, and also involves the observer problem. So there's other things in quantum mechanics that seem to have causes in the future of their effects. So that the effect precedes the cause. That happens all the time in quantum theory and in quantum mechanics and in experiments. So it's not just the theory, it happens when you're dealing with it.
This is fantastic. I think that there's so many questions I want to ask you, but I want to let you get to your main point. So I won't do that at the moment, but we're going to have to come back to that. This is why we have a 2-hour show, is because I'm hoping that the things that Nick's going to talk about is going to bring up a ton of audience interaction and questions after the theory is fully fleshed out. So please continue.
Well, the point that I'm just trying to make with this is that there is such a thing called the observer problem. It is a sort of a very strange thing that's not very easy to understand. Personally, I'm of the opinion that quantum mechanics doesn't, other than organizing how molecules interact with each other and the electrodynamics proteins and molecules in neurons, which is just normal chemistry. I don't think that there's some sort of quantum, coherence that exists in the microtubules in the brain, which a very, eminent mathematician actually came up with this idea. But I don't think that that's actually the case, and I don't really see a lot of evidence, especially because of the neural networks and the artificial intelligence studies and the study of that sort of thing. It's very clear that we're able to build relatively intelligent neural networks today using essentially transistors as functional neurons, just binary, on-off functional neurons that either give a 1 or a 0 to the next functional neuron in the series. And that's quite capable of developing facial recognition systems, voice recognition systems. Those are the main things that we, as in the public would have contact with and actually, use today. But it doesn't require any sort of quantum coherence in the network or anything like that to do that. So the idea of quantum consciousness in that sense, I don't think that quantum coherence in the brain is necessary for consciousness at all. But that's me. I gave my reasons there, why that is. But
would you agree, Nick, that most physicists would consider that even really pseudoscience, the concept of, you've probably seen that movie, What the Bleep Do We Know, and the way they try to relate a lot of this in that way. Don't you think it has a reputation of being pseudoscience?
I think it does have that reputation, but I wouldn't put it in the realm of pseudoscience yet. Do I think that that's a possibility? I don't think that we could necessarily rule it out completely. Of course, we haven't gotten to anything near human level consciousness with that. It would be very interesting to try to create an extremely intelligent general artificial intelligence and see if it can collapse quantum waveforms by looking at them. Or so, there is, again, like I just said, the observer problem. But
well, that's another question that plays into that, is how conscious does the observer need to be? I mean, if you show the information to somebody who doesn't understand what the information is that you're showing them, does that change it? If you show it to a child, show it to a chimpanzee or a dog or
can Schrodinger's cat collapse its own waveform and die in the box before you ever open it? I don't know.
There is a direct viewer question as well, that how can you see the results if you've erased them? How do you know what they are? I'm assuming this is referring to double slit experiment. And how you know.
How do you know what the results were?
Versus, like, how does it show up if you haven't observed it?
Well, if you just straight up never record it, I mean, the point is that the detector being on doesn't do anything. The first experiment, I think, that is they just didn't put a tape in the machine. They didn't record it. But the detector was on, so the detector is detecting the particle and all of this. But nobody sees that. The detector sees it, but the detector is certainly not conscious. It's just a machine. And it doesn't matter.
I think more specifically, it's talking about the results, how they can tell. Right. When you say there's a wave pattern or not a wave pattern.
Oh no, you can tell, man. It's you saw the wave pattern. You saw the wave pattern in that little video there.
Yeah. The outcome was seen, but not necessarily the event.
Yeah, you can see the screen. The screen has two blobs. If you record which slit it goes through, and you look at the data, that tells you which one went where. The weird thing is, I mean, yeah, you're conscious and you're looking at the data, but do you really care if particle number 27 went through the left slit or the right slit? Does that even register in your mind? It doesn't matter. It registers somewhere because you get two blobs. You don't get that waveform on the screen. You know whether or not
the screen is what I think that's what the viewer is getting at. Is and the first time this was explained to me, I didn't understand either way. So it does not change the results by looking at the screen, and I mean that's an observation of sorts. You can see that there's either a wave pattern or the two blobs. So it should give you that is a form of observation, but it's not the type of observation that could affect the results. It is actually the results itself.
Yeah.
That is.
Well, the results. There's two results. There's the screen itself. Okay, that's the screen. You either get a waveform or you get two blobs. Okay. There is the detector data. The data that tells you particle 1 went through the right detector, particle 2 went through the left detector, particle 3 went through the left detector, particle 4 went through the right detector. Or sorry, I keep saying detector. The right slit, the left slit, right? So picture this. If you just stopped the video, too soon, say right here, right there. If you stopped it right there, yes, that's what you'd get if you were to look at which detector each particle went through. You wouldn't get a wave pattern. You just get a blob or two blobs, or depending on how far apart the slits are, you could just get a blob, one blob.
Okay.
So, but the interesting thing is that if you're going to look at the data in the future, then right now, when you see the screen, you'll see the blobs. No wave pattern. It depends on what you're going to do in the future, not. Yeah. What you do in the future affects what these particles apparently did in the past.
Okay.
And you can tell
weird.
you can tell what's going to happen in the future by looking at the screen in the present.
So we're running on 50 minutes here. I want to really get to the meat of your theory. I think we've got a lot of the foundational stuff down now, right? Are we ready to move on to the cosmological scale, or is there more to cover before that?
No, let's move. Yeah, we should get there. So again, yeah, the point there was there is this interesting thing with the observer problem, conscious observation, collapsing waveforms or probabilistic, waveforms affecting things in the past by doing things in the future, evidence of future events by things in the present. So very strange stuff. Now there, just before we go there, because we're still on the double slit, let's see this is interesting. MIT developed this crazy femtosecond camera. They can see a light pulse going through. Do we have that video? It's just a cool video.
Yes.
There it is. This is not a single photon or an electron or anything. This is a pulse of light. They just let off a very brief, like a camera flash kind of thing. But it's just a single pulse, and you can see it reverberating through the double slit there, and why it creates that wave pattern. So, yeah. So this is the wave nature of it. Again, this is a whole bunch of photons in a pulse. The stuff in the back now is actually reflecting off the walls, but yeah, it's cool stuff. MIT's got some really cool programs.
Are there other wave patterns, I'm curious, that behave this way? It almost makes me think again of the that question, if a tree falls in the forest and there's no one there to hear it, does it make a sound? The
question might even be better, did it fall?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if it were made out of electrons, then I don't know. But and it is, I guess,
Right.
So, well, the interesting thing too is that one of the wave functions that's involved in sort of disentangling these entangled quantum states and all this stuff is the Fourier transform, and it's just a way of breaking up complex waves into their simple components, right? Or vice versa. You can do it in reverse and add up simple wave components to make a complex waveform. That's sort of what's happening in the interference pattern, the wave pattern I've been calling it, but it's the interference pattern in the double slit experiment. It's also extremely useful in electroencephalography. So, I mean, we use the Fourier transform, and we'll get to this, with holonomic brain theory. But essentially, yeah, your brain waves, your brain functions essentially in a quantum mechanical fashion. the same mathematics that are descriptive of quantum mechanics are also descriptive in many cases of how your brain functions. So I would call that sort of a scale invariance. At least mathematically it is, because it's the same equations. So anyways, on to string theory. String theory is essentially the idea of using relativity theory, essentially space-time metrics, to build a theory of quantum mechanics. There's also a big push to use quantum mechanics to build space-time. So it's sort of approaching this quantum gravity issue, and where we run into quantum gravity is essentially at the black hole. So black holes are very strange objects. I don't know what the audience may or may not know about black holes. So, you guys know about black holes?
Well, the audience in general, we try not to assume too much or too little, but basic rundown is always appropriate. Just a brief description and how it applies.
So there's three. If you've got a star, stars can be very small or very, very, very big. If you've got a star, there are three basic states it could collapse to, and it could collapse to an electron degenerate, which is where the gravity is so strong that it compresses all of the atoms down to where all the electrons are squished just in the lowest orbital that they can possibly be in without falling into the nucleus. If you've got an even bigger star that collapses, the electrons fall down into the nucleus and hit the protons and release some other radiation, and everything turns into neutrons except for the radiation that goes flying off in a supernova explosion, actually. And that's a neutron star. It's very, very dense. But some stars are so big that when they collapse, they smash the neutrons down into God knows what. Right. So when that happens, there is no force at that level which can push against that strong of a force of gravity. Because remember, this is a huge, huge star. It's more than something like, I think it's like 2.4 to 2.8 times the mass of the sun. When it collapses, and most stars, when they explode, they blow off a bunch. So this thing had to be really big in order to make a black hole. When that happens, the old theory was that it just keeps collapsing. And since there's nothing to stop it from collapsing, it collapses down into a point, which is called a singularity. I'm not so sure about that anymore. There's been some interesting work by Professor Mathur, I think at Ohio State, to suggest that it might be a fuzzball of strings. But that's not going to matter very much for this discussion. But the idea, of course, originally was that it would collapse down to a single point, which was infinitely dense. And here's a problem, actually, in physics. Yeah. Infinitely dense and infinitely, that would imply infinite mass in some sense, and or infinitesimal volume in another.
Divide by zero error.
Right, yeah, exactly. Dividing by zero is the problem. Yeah. So it certainly doesn't have an infinite mass. I mean, a black hole, any black hole, and we actually recently, scientists actually recently photographed sort of we've got the first real picture of a black hole now. It's interesting. They triangulated some radio antennas and got a cool picture. But the black hole is surrounded by something called an event horizon. The event horizon is the point in space-time where the escape velocity of a particle would have to exceed the speed of light in order for that particle to go flying off into space. If you're near a black hole and you get below the event horizon, you're never coming out of there.
Right.
You can do anything. I mean, you can have as much energy as you want. You can try to escape. You can accelerate, and you're never, ever going to escape. That's what the event horizon is. It's pretty straightforwardly defined today. We know that they exist now pretty much. I mean, I don't think there's any question whatsoever that there are event horizons surrounding black holes. the first black hole ever discovered was Cygnus X1 in the Cygnus constellation with radio telescopes. But we didn't see the black hole. What we saw was the jets coming off of it.
Yeah. Right.
So, and like I said, recently there was, I don't know if you can look this up, though. There was
those jets would look like a line that passes through it. I take it that's what I've seen the pictures of. That's what it is. That it looks like a line or something.
They come flying out in all sorts of ways. I mean, the black hole, in order to produce jets, usually the black hole, it has to be spinning. And most black holes are very rapidly spinning. So are most neutron stars. That's how you get a pulsar, is a spinning neutron star.
Right.
So, Nick, we're coming up on the 1 hour mark here, and I need to focus you a bit into how does this apply to the remainder of, I mean, the event horizon, I know you explained to me, is very significant in the, I believe it applies to the holonomic brain theory as well. Is that correct? Or where can we go from here?
Okay. So there was a big question as to whether or not black holes retain information that falls into them. And it looks like they do. And the answer to this question comes from Leonard Suskind's superstring theory, in which essentially all of the information in a black hole is just you can describe it by things that are happening on the surface, on the event horizon. So the idea then is that the stuff that falls in gets smashed onto the surface of the event horizon. All of its information is on the surface of the event horizon. Black holes also evaporate. This was discovered by Hawking, and it turns out to be apparently true.
I had not heard that they evaporate. They eventually dissipate.
Well, so the black holes are always emitting Hawking radiation. Essentially, what happens is the space-time at the event horizon, like all the space-time in the universe, is always sort of foamy with virtual particles. I don't know if you know about virtual particles. That if you have an empty vacuum, particles appear and disappear just for no reason.
Right.
Particles will appear and then they'll disappear. And what's happening is there's a positive energy particle and a negative energy particle. They separate for a little while and they come back together. And when they do, they cease to exist. So when that happens at an event horizon, what happens is that the negative energy particle goes falling into the black hole, and the positive energy particle makes it out. Remember, this is right at the surface, right at the event horizon, and so if it happens in such a way that the positive energy particle ends up on the outside of the event horizon, it can go flying away.
Bounces.
But that's sort of a quantum jump event. It's not traveling out of the event horizon. That would be impossible. It's jumping in a quantum sense, and quantum entities do that. They jump from one place to another instantaneously, and for no reason.
It's kind of quantum luck.
Yeah, but what essentially that amounts to is that the black hole has a temperature. When the temperature of the black hole is lower, is cooler than the outside space-time, than the outside universe, the black hole will always be growing. It won't shrink. It will be emitting some Hawking radiation, but it's not going to be shrinking. When the outside universe cools to a sufficient degree, that black hole shrinks. It emits Hawking radiation as it shrinks, and that's how it shrinks. And when it gets really, really small, it essentially explodes because the rate of radiation, Hawking radiation, goes up exponentially as it's getting smaller and smaller. Because, anyways, I don't want it gets wow. Stronger.
There's a viewer had written in the question, how can a particle jump for no reason? The idea of cosmic luck, if random has not been demonstrated. Would that not be a random event? I think
that would be a random event. And randomness is assumed in the statistics of the standard model in quantum theory because it's easy. There are theories under the banner of quantum chaos. And those theories, I would suggest that those are probably a good avenue. Again, I don't think there is randomness. For all intents and purposes, it's random. When I say
Right.
no reason, I'm saying no reason that we know of.
Right. Now, in a
And
sense, at least at our state of awareness at this point in time, it is indistinguishable.
well, there's also the issue of quantum uncertainty principle, which is to say that we can't measure down to a certain level. And so even if there was causality, even if it was deterministic, it's very possible that we could not measure it, period, ever.
Right. Yeah. There's the
So
unknowable element too.
that doesn't mean that it is random. In fact, some of these experiments in the vein of quantum chaos have been fairly successful at demonstrating that, you know, at least quantum systems can be made to act chaotically. So that has been demonstrated. Whether or not all of these, you know, in terms of the statistics of quantum mechanics, of course, it's randomness that's used in classical statistics anyway, and it's a classical statistical theory. So it assumes the idea of randomness, at least mathematically. But that isn't to say that it is actually random. Whether or not it is may be indeterminable. that would be, I guess.
If we were to take a bucket, a mile cube filled bucket with quarters and drop it to the ground, it may seem random as to how many heads and tails you get, but it's really more chaotic.
That's definitely chaotic. Yeah, I mean, with those macroscopic objects, somebody put those things in there a certain way. They were jiggled a certain way on their way up to the top of the building. All of those jiggles, you know, they change things, yeah, and we don't know how they change things. But just because we don't know about it doesn't mean that it wasn't caused. You know, it's still deterministic. It happened. So, anyways, so this idea of black holes emitting this Hawking radiation, and the idea that the information that the black hole emits contains all of the information that fell into the black hole, and that information isn't destroyed. This is called the law of conservation of information. This is sort of a new thing, and it comes out of the holographic principle. Now, there's a lot of physicists out there that still don't believe in this, and could they be right? If superstring theory, well, I don't know, it doesn't even really matter if superstring theory is wrong, I suppose. It's more whether or not the holographic principle makes sense. Mathematically, it does.
So your theory is dependent upon the holographic principle, correct?
Yeah, especially in the 100%. The other interesting thing about the holographic.
I'm sorry, I wanted to comment on that to the viewers, because I do need to tell you as well that we've got to get to the nuts and bolts here soon. But
I'm right there. I'm right there.
Okay, fantastic. But this is one reason that I wanted Nick to be on the show very specifically, is because right there, and Nick, I asked you a question that said your theory depends on this. Your understanding of God depends on this, or God, if that word is appropriate in this venue, but it depends on this one thing. And you said yes. And that right there is incredible. As far as the difference between a theist, a deist, and an atheist, is that within the realms of theism and arguments from faith, it is very, very, very difficult to get somebody to say, what could I show you? What proof could there be that could make you reject your theory, that could make you change your mind? And I can tell you, there's plenty on my side that could do that, and we found something for Nick. So that is a fundamental dynamic that I think more people need to understand, that if you can't come up with something like that, maybe you need to rethink your principles in the first place.
I'd agree.
So thank you for being on the show to demonstrate that. Okay, so I derailed you there for a moment, but.
So in the holographic principle, not only is this information representable on the surface of the event horizon, but it in terms of essentially a Fourier transform, but of course the mathematics is more complicated in this case, especially in the superstring theory. But basically, this universe that we're in could be a black hole. It could be. That hasn't been conclusively demonstrated, obviously. I've got some ideas as to how to falsify that postulation. But It could be, and the information that encodes us and everything that we see could mathematically speaking at least, be encoded on the event horizon of this universe. And that's essentially, superstring theory has not settled on the universe being a black hole. It does admit that it could be. But it does essentially say that we are holographic projections of the information on the cosmic horizon. So that is an inherent part now of Susskind superstring theory, at least. My postulation then would be that the universe is a black hole. I think that this would make a lot of sense with regard to inflation. I think it would also make a lot of sense with regard to dark energy, and I think in terms of inflation. But I think it would also make a lot of sense in terms of dark matter, because if the universe is a black hole, if there's matter that's falling into the black hole that is the universe, the only thing that we would detect of it would be a gravitational signature. There's a theorem in black hole physics called the no-hair theorem, which states that essentially forces and force, field lines cannot extend beyond the event horizon of a black hole. The only thing that can is a gravitational field or a warping of space-time. When we look out and we see all this dark matter, what we see is no electrical, electromagnetic interaction, no strong or weak nuclear force interaction, or I know those things have been unified in electroweak theory, but we don't see any force interaction with, photons, with electrons. All we see is gravitational lensing. We know that there's mass there, but that's all we know. And the current theory of that is that it's made out of neutralinos, which is a type of superparticle. Keep in mind that we've never detected in any particle accelerator or anywhere ever, we've never detected a superparticle. There might be a reason for that. But the idea is that there are these massive, these weakly interacting massive particles, otherwise known as WIMPs. And that there are these neutralinos. They don't interact with anything, much as neutrinos don't really interact with anything in that sense. And they're just sitting out there, and they're cold, and they're just sitting out in cold space, and when they hit each other, they annihilate, and they turn into high-energy electrons, and the electrons come, and we detect those. And not just electrons, but other particles. And that's called high-energy cosmic radiation. We detect that all the time. So there is currently a study that is looking at the dark matter clusters in the universe. There are clusters of this dark matter. It isn't uniform. And trying to determine what kind of cosmic radiation is coming from those clusters. And my falsifiable conjecture based on this theory is that the radiation that we detect from the dark matter clusters will not look like cold neutralinos sitting out in space, hitting each other and annihilating, but will rather look like hot emergence of matter that's falling into the black hole that is our universe. And when it hits our black hole, of course, it has to change its quantum dynamic to fit our universe. Our universe would have a different Planck scale, essentially, than the outside super universe. And so it would, in terms of superstring theory, there would be a difference. And we would be able to statistically determine that it matches, statistically with that theory rather than with cold neutralino annihilation. So there's a falsifiable conjecture here.
Okay.
Now, if the universe is a black hole and we are a holographic projection of the stuff, the sort of cellular automaton-like interactions that occur on the surface of our cosmic, horizon, then black holes in our universe are essentially universes as well. This is the idea of Lee Smolin, who is another very famous theoretical physicist today. And his theory, of course, is of cosmic evolution. That is to say that universes that produce black holes reproduce. That's how universes reproduce. They have black holes. And those little black holes inside that universe, inside that black hole universe, are themselves universes. Of course, superstring theory admits that, it admits that universes can be black holes. I think the current paradigm that Susskind is working in suggests that it's actually a saddle universe. But he's working from the idea that this dark energy is there, and my suggestion is that you don't need dark energy if this dark matter is actually falling into our universe and adding mass to the black hole that is our universe, which would also have there's a function, the Bekenstein-Hawking thermodynamics basically says that, well, I don't know. As black holes get bigger, their surface area grows faster than their volume. Let's say they're spherical. If you make a sphere bigger, you can see what happens relative to the surface area and relative to the volume. So that makes sense in my opinion with regard to dark energy. I don't think we have to have a positive curvature. I know I'm getting kind of technical. So I'll come back.
The surface area grows faster than the volume, or the volume grows faster than the surface area?
Let me think.
With spheres, it's the latter.
Huh?
Within spheres, it's the latter. The surface area is
volume.
on a square scale, whereas the volume is on a cubic.
Sorry. Anyway, so the difference there could cause what we're seeing in terms of what we think is dark energy, I think. So this is a type of universe with universes inside of universes, black holes inside of black holes. And that's where it gets really, really interesting in terms of the theory that I'm talking about. And also Smolin is sort of talking about. But mine goes a little bit further in this sense, and this is what I'm adding essentially to that. And that is, if you've got universes inside of universes, now we can think about the dynamics of that in terms of the information flow in the system, right? As information comes into one black hole universe, it stays in there for a while. It's processed. Black holes, there's something called the Bekenstein bound in computational theory, and it applies to black holes, and it's been demonstrated that it applies to black holes. Black holes are essentially giant computers, unless they're small, and they're little computers. Most of them to us seem very big. Black holes are computers. They take this information and they process it. They change it. There's a process that occurs at the event horizon, which is very similar to something called a cellular automaton like process. If you're interested in that, you can go and look up The Game of Life. What was the name of the guy? I don't remember. Just Google The Game of Life. You can play with it. It's fun. It's a cellular automaton. If you cross-reference that, you'll find it. All
right.
Anyways, so they're processing this information, and in the future, they're going to release this information back out to the rest of that Poplawski-type multiverse. There's different kinds of multiverses. There's a Feynman multiverse you can talk about, which is all the particle trajectories. That's the common multiverse they use in science fiction, you know, where there's another universe in which there's, you know, a copy of you, and that copy is just a little bit different, and, you know, your life is different or something in that universe. That's a Feynman multiverse, and that's based on the uncertainty in quantum mechanics and trajectories that particles take and all of that. What I'm talking about is more like a Poplawski type multiverse, and the reason I call it that is that one of the first people to propose, or at least demonstrate an Einstein metric or something similar, was Nikodem Poplawski. I think he's at Indiana. Anyways, but what I mean by that is a multiverse in which there are universes inside of other universes in the form of black holes. And that's what Lee Smolin is talking about as well. In that case, the information flow, and this is my conjecture, and I can go on if we have time to explain why I think this, but my conjecture then is that this forms a hierarchical temporal memory type network of information in the system. That is to say that information tends to flow in this hierarchical network. You can see that it is a hierarchical network very easily, that it's black holes inside of black holes. There's a big universe, and then inside of that one there's other little ones, and eventually all the information in that big universe is going to end up in a bunch of little ones inside that universe. That's clear. So it's hierarchical, right, in terms of its network structure. And the information flow is essentially exactly the same as that for a hierarchical temporal memory. which is the basis of how our brains work. The way our memory works in our brains is this theory of hierarchical temporal memory. It was created by Jeffrey Hawkins. So it seems fairly clear to me anyway that this is, given the Bekenstein-Hawking thermodynamic laws, given how black holes first absorb information, then process the information on the surface like a cellular automaton, and of course that process is, if our universe is a black hole, that process is this. This is what that process looks like right here. Everything we see, the universe that we see around us, this holographic sort of universe, that is what the process looks like. After that process, is over with, essentially it is over with because the universe cools. And black holes within our universe will essentially absorb everything eventually. But then they will evaporate. And when they evaporate, that information will be released back out into this multiverse. So there's obviously a feed-forward system, as there is in a hierarchical temporal memory, and there's obviously a feedback mechanism. And so the information flow is, in my opinion, and this is the conjecture, it is a hierarchical temporal memory. Its function is obviously holographic. This goes along very well with holonomic brain theory and the fact that information in our brains is also stored in a holographic way, and is encoded and decoded by Fourier transforms, and is literally holographic. So this black hole, universe within black hole universe, this Poplawski type multiverse, in Lee Smolin's sense, and Smolin saying essentially the same thing in that case. The evolution that Smolin is talking about is not only identical to Kaufman's evolution, but Kaufman also very clearly states that his evolutionary models function in the exact same way as functional neural networks. So it basically is a functional neural network. The multiverse, in this sense, if that's how it works, it is a functional neural network.
So what you're saying then is that, given the theories that we talked about, and the idea that the universe is in fact a black hole, it would rely on that, that the universe or the multiverse is indistinguishable from a
self-organizing
a self-organizing system or a functional neural network, which is analogous, not identical, but analogous to the way the human mind works, or
no, mathematically
identical to the
identical.
way, but it's analogous to a human mind, I should say.
Not analogous, identical.
Well, I mean, I say analogous because it's not
thing.
a human mind, but it's
not
a human,
not a
identical process, but an analogous structure to the
it's a mind.
Same.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's a mind, and there's, I can't say that it is infinite, but it appears to be.
So you're saying that the universe is itself conscious, or the multiverse is itself conscious.
The multiverse, if the multiverse is at all even as complex as the human brain, it would have to be. If it's as complex as, well, it depends on what level of animal you might think is conscious, but if it's that complex and it's a functional neural network, then there is likely some sort of a threshold, and we haven't necessarily discovered exactly what that is yet. But it's a good bet, given that the number of possible universes in this model, and the idea that this thing is a finite amount of energy seems unlikely to me.
Because we don't know if we have a multiverse within this, we are then very likely this wasn't the beginning of this chain.
Oh no!
So it's it goes on, and the surface information on all the black holes in our universe are also therefore on the surface of this black hole.
Well, the information contained within those black holes would, yeah, I would suppose have to be. Yeah,
Right.
it would have to be. I mean, yeah.
Right.
We've just got a viewer comment here that says, isn't it possible that people who lived a long time ago tried to explain the world around them with the tools that they had, and that the essential difference between this kind of science and what we today call theology and mythology is that this kind of science simply has better tools, and also does not give anthropomorphic names like Zeus and Yahweh to the objects it observes and discovers?
My opinion, no.
Go ahead.
Sorry, no. Falsification, empiricism. These are things that didn't exist in theology and don't exist in theology.
Right. I think that, though, I would say that there's we can't yet tell the difference between, you mentioned earlier something about the soul. We don't really know and can't say if the consciousness that we have is merely operating through the apparatus of physics and is actually something apart from it, or it's just merely consciously aware through the physical reality. And so therefore we really can't define with any certainty the essence of personality. Just can't do it.
I think what you're kind of saying is almost a chicken and an egg scenario, though, because the fact of the matter is that if, God forbid, your brain, gets oblated, you lose your orbital frontal cortex, it sure will change your personality. I would point to the earliest example that medical science knows about, which is Phineas Gage.
Well, behaviorally,
yes,
behaviorally and functionally. But then again, is it possible that the part of the person that's no longer present is elsewhere and disengaged? We just don't know.
The information exists. I mean, the idea that information can't be destroyed suggests that the information is. But in terms of the person now, that person's personality is definitely.
Well, yeah, behaviorally. I mean,
by personality,
I didn't mean characteristics of behavior, but rather the essence of being an entity.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't know what it means. None of us do.
Well, I wanted to say on the theory that information cannot be destroyed may be true on a quantum scale, and I know you have described scale invariance, but I would say that the storage mechanism is important. That if I write down, for example, the information in the double slit theory is destroyed by being deleted. That the observer was never capable of observing it, and no observer will ever be able to observe it specifically because it was destroyed.
But this is the thing, though. It's not about that information was not destroyed. Actually, it was destroyed for all intents and purposes. And the point is that at no time in the future will any conscious observer become aware of it. The information was certainly not destroyed. You can't destroy that information.
Well, but then doesn't your entire theory hinge on the essential idea that the universe is itself a conscious entity, and if information is not ever destroyed, it will in some way eventually understand or understand everything that happened. Therefore, it would be a conscious observer observing that.
That's a possibility.
Action.
Wow. Down the road.
I guess it seems like it disproves the theory that the multiverse is conscious, in the fact that if we as conscious observers look at that information, it makes it go away. That, or that the information will not be stored or processed at any point in the future by the multiverse. If a conscious observer can affect things in the past retroactively, in that kind of a way, it suggests that either the information will not be looked at, the thing that is processing the information will not be what we would define as conscious, or that the information is destroyed.
Okay, sorry.
I would just add, Greg, that we when we start looking at quantum dynamics, it just changes so much. We don't know what other dynamics may yet be understood or observed or theorized that could then alter that sufficiently so that in the ultimate sense of an ongoing developing consciousness and awareness, then it may not apply. I mean, things change when the environment itself takes on an entirely different stress level. So it's an interesting question, but I think that we really have no idea what the big caboodle will be by the time things get to that point.
I've got a point on that issue though, and here's the thing. In order for the rest of the multiverse to become, in some sense, at least informationally aware of that, time has to end first. The arrow of time in this universe has to either extend out infinitely and or end. And it would end at an event horizon when that information ends up falling into some one black hole, two black holes, maybe it splits into pieces and goes here and there. But time would have to end first. And the idea then is that, frankly, without a cohesive and unified theory of quantum gravity, there's really no way to say that. Because it would have to breach an event horizon. It would have to go beyond the space-time that it originated in and go and hit another event horizon.
You can't do that.
Well, no, it can, but the point is, either an infinite amount of time would have to elapse and or time would have to come to an end first. And so that's...
So we have another viewer question here that I think plays into this whole idea now that we've sort of fleshed out the whole theory, is how does any of this demonstrate that there is a God? And what do you mean by God? How is saying God any different than saying Zeus? Well, I guess what they're asking is, why would you consider the conscious multiverse, to be equivalent to a God and a deist God and not a theist God? That seems to be my interpretation of the question.
So, well, a theist God, first of all, is involved in human affairs and apparently writes books. That would be one. I mean,
I'm a theist, and I would disagree with that. But
well, then, answers prayers maybe. I don't know. I don't see a dynamic like that going on here. So that if it is some sort of a God, I think it fits the basic idea of the sort of creator God anyway. The idea that this thing, by a process that is thinking, decides on what the physical parameters for new universes are going to be.
So you're really talking like a personal God who's actually even aware or cares.
If the thing is infinite, it's very hard to talk about personal.
Yeah.
I mean, everything that any kind of context you're going to say personal, that's a finite. Even if you say personality, I mean, that's very hard to speak on, and I think that's beyond my purview to speak on that. But
well, as a biologist, I think I can relate to some extent to the idea of an impersonal deistic creator of sorts, with the idea that within our own bodies, our human cells are outnumbered 10-1 by bacterial cells within and on our body. Right now, as I sit here, I'm not sick, I'm not dying, but bacteria outnumbers my cells in my own body 10-1.
99% of those are in your gut,
That's true. Well, a lot of them are on my skin, on my mouth, but yeah, the entire digestive tract is just littered with bacteria, and I mean, so is your skin. It's they call it your normal flora. It's not a problem. Your body actually depends on a huge amount of it. But aside from that, I'm completely unaware of it and could not care less unless something goes wrong with it. If it starts causing me problems, then it's insignificant. I don't I mean, by the fact that there are trillions of bacteria within me right now, I cannot possibly care on a personal level when one of them dies. And it's the idea of a God, a creator of this scale, being individually concerned for any one of us seems absurd when you consider that we're not even individually aware of things that our body directly depends upon for life. So
Individually concerned, I don't know.
Aspect.
I mean, I don't know. In terms of the universe itself, I mean, it seems like that's what this thing's doing. If that's what it's doing, then if it is thinking and all of this sort of thing, I mean, if it's infinite, then I don't know. All bets are off. There's no way to really even consider what it's thinking. But if it's creating universes, then it's doing something, and based on that.
But in your understanding of the theory, creation of universes is its thinking. They're indistinguishable.
Yeah.
That is how this multiverse would think, is through the creation and destruction of universes, or eventual self-destruction, self-organization of universes. So, is it fair to call that a creator in the sense that are we creating by thinking, or is it our thinking combined with our direct actions that allows us to create? Is it the fact that the fact that creation or the creation and destruction of universes results in the thought of this multiverse, assuming it exists as you believe it does, does that mean that it is responsible for us? There's going back to the chicken egg dynamic. We exist, and our existence is cause of its thinking, but it's also the result of its thinking in the same respect. So, is it worth even calling that a god?
Very Buddhist.
Thank you. I do what I can to bring in Eastern mysticism on occasion.
What you've just described essentially is the Buddhist cosmogony. So I don't know. That's tantalizing. Yeah, that's a good conundrum. It both is created and created by, in a sense.
So a viewer just wrote in. So our universe is a synapse in a giant brain, or something.
Or something, something like that. Well, yeah. I mean, if you were to take Lee Smollen's theory seriously and take it to its obvious conclusion, just in terms of Kaufman's dynamic and what biological evolution is, if the parameters of universes are, in some sense, the DNA of this thing evolving, then it's identical to the function of a functional neural network. It's identical to thinking in a functional neural network, or the operation of a functioning mind. How that relates to the observer problem?
See, that's the observer problem. Really, it catches me because it seems significant enough to say that if there is a way that we're going to call the multiverse conscious and aware on any scale, even an infinite scale of what goes on today, with the idea of scale invariance, that should apply to the observer or the observation of a double slit experiment. Should it not?
Well, I go back to the fact that what you're talking about is something that would occur after the end of time. So, time in this universe, that is to say, whatever arrow of time that we can determine in this universe.
Which at that point would become moot.
Maybe. I know. I'm not saying that. I'm saying maybe.
Yeah, right. Unless time is sucked into another universe, as you sort of alluded to, right? That time could essentially continue in each individual universe. I mean, our time has a starting point in our universe.
Roger Penrose recently came out with a really interesting idea, and what he essentially said is that what he was talking about was, you can't describe time when nothing's happening. time ceases to exist if nothing's going on. There's no thermodynamics. There's no, I mean, as soon as every single particle in this universe gets sucked into a black hole in this universe essentially ceases to be. And there is no more, unless you're talking about the black holes flying around and hitting each other, but at some point they're all going to merge. And so at that point, time in this universe doesn't make sense to talk about in any way, not even mathematically. And certainly
time
not
is a form of metabolism.
Basically.
Yeah. But using the holographic projection idea, if a planet in this universe or dark matter is actually a projection of something on the event horizon of another universe, wouldn't time work in sort of the same way? Didn't our time begin when the first particles got sucked into this black hole at the creation or the singularity that created this universe? It created time, but it created it from a parent universe.
It would have began when this universe was born as a black hole, when a black hole formed in another universe, not when particles got sucked into a black. The black hole had to have already existed in that sense, and it didn't. Our universe would have been born when a black hole formed in another universe. So
right, that
it's
singularity
consistent with the Big Bang in a
that.
sense. I mean, it's very hot and very dense at the beginning. Of a small black hole is extremely hot and extremely dense.
Now, I'm certainly not a competent physicist. I'm an armchair guy with that. I read Michio Kaku. I watch YouTube videos of people, but I've often myself questioned the issue of time and its connection with matters. You say that it's irrelevant or doesn't seem to exist if nothing's happening, but I sometimes wonder if time is actually the only constant, and that the physical universe is the only window into it that we have, and so it's beyond us. I've wondered the nature of time, if that's a possibility, and I don't know how anyone would ever be able to determine its independence from the existence of mass.
You can't. That's the theory of relativity. I mean, Hermann Minkowski said in 1905 that Einstein's, even the special theory of relativity at the time, which he helped on, he created the idea of space-time and the space-time metric in a sense. So what he said is that the theory of relativity destroys our concept of space and time, and he's right. There is no such thing as time. In quantum mechanics, causes come after their effects. In relativity theory, you have things like the twins paradox and all sorts of other things. You have event horizons at black holes. If you approach a black hole, the time in the outside universe speeds up exponentially as you approach the event horizon, and everything plays out. So if you just jump into a black hole, you'll meet the end of time very quickly, and you will, if you look up as you fall in, you will see in the shrinking hole above you that is the rest of the universe, because the light that you can see is warped into this tiny little point until it disappears when you fall through. You'll see the entire history, or the history after you, essentially, of the universe play out in front of your eyes before you apparently
right die. Yeah, the whole life flashes in front of your eyes.
The life of the universe flashes in front of your eyes. That's what I'm saying. That's the end of time. When you hit an event horizon, that is the end of time for your entire universe. You will see everything play out. If you
but is it the end of time entirely? That's what I mean. Is that
good enough telescope?
Doesn't time, if time ends at the event horizon of that universe, the event horizon of another, if time ends at the event horizon of that black hole, but that black hole is the origin of another universe, doesn't time simply change hands? It goes through sort of a phase shift?
A transduction of some sort?
Right. It goes from this universe into the next one. That the singularity, or the creation of a black hole, would be the first time our time begins or gives birth to more time. It's when it starts and it eventually all gets sucked into there. So it's, if you think of time as
let's assume that you could survive. Let's just assume. I mean, that's a horrible
Wow.
assumption because there's no way to know
Right.
that.
I think it's very unlikely, but we'll
You'd be
thought
joining
experiment.
another time. The time in that universe started when that black hole was born. It's not your universe's time. It's a different universe's time. It's a totally different arrow of time in a sense. If there is an arrow of time in quantum mechanics, that's pretty debatable. But you're essentially you'd be jumping into another time. It's like a dimensional vortex.
Different axis of time you're speaking of.
Yeah, it's not your universe's time, and that makes the idea of survival.
So on a scale of the multiverse,
questionable.
there is no such thing as time?
Not in any sense, not in the sense that our universe has time.
Would multiverse time affect our universe's time? Is there any way that they could be interrelated or linked?
I mean, if you're talking about the time before time, the time of the previous universe in which the black hole that is our universe suddenly formed, I mean, there's some, at least we can think about it in that sense, but in terms of, saying that that's analogous with our time or that's on the same timeline, it's certainly not on the same timeline. It's another universe, and it has another timeline. So
here's the viewer question that I've been hoping would come at some point. This is obviously the whole multiverse theory. That this conversation has been, in my mind at least, inextricably linked to the idea of a creator God being justified in many people's mind by the fact that our universe has a starting point. It has a beginning. It was created. It came into existence on its own. And I think that this sort of blows that out of the water. If every universe is nothing but a black hole in another universe, then the whole beginning of time idea is not all that accurate. And we have a viewer question here that says, so there is all kinds of cause and effect here, but stepping up another level, what is the cause of all of this? Where did all of these universes and black holes come from? What created or caused this infinity? So even if the multiverse exists in the way that you think it does, and it is conscious, is there still room for a creator of that? I think is what they're getting at. I would argue, no, but that's.
I didn't come through, Greg. You said you would argue no.
Right, I would argue no, or at least there's no room for logical defense of that. I'm sure there is room for it in if you want to make room for anything, but I think that's what they're asking here is just because there is a multiverse that is in this way conscious and infinite, does that mean that there cannot still be a creator God before that, something that created that?
So for one, I would say, I mean, if you've got something that appears to be conscious, living, alive, by definition is life, and is infinite and infinitely conscious potentially, why do you need that? Isn't that enough? But second of all, if there's anything beyond that, all I can really give is my personal sort of metaphysics in that sense, and that's opinion. But I would say that it's almost like mathematics is trying to solve itself. The quantum aspect to it, I'd point to Gödel's incompleteness theorem and the fact that any binary system, or that is to say a logic system that's binary with true and false, that is, any statement can be either true or false, and that's the basic logic system of our mathematics, cannot prove its own existence, cannot prove its own consistency, and therefore is incomplete. That's Gödel's incompleteness theorem, if it's complex enough at least to support a number theory, which this mathematics that we're talking about, mathematics itself, would have to obviously support number theory. So that's not true in a quantum system. But that's not true in a quantum system. That's the thing. If you add a true-false factor to that, that is to say that at least one statement in that system is both true and false. That's quantum logic. At least one. and possibly only one, you don't need any more than that, then there's no problem with Gödel incompleteness. This whole quantum logic system that we're in, because obviously what we're talking about is embedded in quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics is certainly quantum logical. It's not a binary logic system. And so it may just sort of be a necessary factor of mathematics itself, in my opinion. I don't know this. It's a sort of a philosophical, conjecture or proposal, but we are in a quantum logic system. That's the only way to beat Gödel incompleteness. So I don't know. Sure is mathematical.
So we did get another viewer comment on that. I'm trying to get back to it. I just had to click something different. Okay. Does the universe show any more life/thinking/intelligence than, for example, the functions of a human heart?
Yes. It's more like the function of a human brain. Now, the universe or the multiverse? The universe.
Sorry, I've made that mistake several times during this show, so I'm assuming that I'm not the only one. That is an interesting point, though, is that the multiverse giving rise to different universes in this respect. If there's no scale invariance, it doesn't every universe in itself also exhibit the same consciousness on a smaller scale?
Community?
Well, I think I misspoke. I mean, I said no, but that's sort of like the overall picture. That's like, the cold, dead sort of universe. But we're sitting here talking to each other, and we're in this universe, and we're made out of this universe, and we're part of it. So, yeah, I mean, your brain is just a tiny little piece of this universe, and it's a heck of a lot more, conscious and complicated and all of that than your heart is. So, you're part of it.
Does complication necessarily mean consciousness?
No.
There's I mean the idea that the multiverse is so complicated and so complex, and it follows these dynamics. Does that necessarily mean that it's conscious? I mean, you said yourself that you believe there's a threshold at which point we could determine, say, okay, this brain is now complex enough to be conscious. But is it possible that our very consciousness is not a unavoidable result of the complexity of our brain, but a directed result of the particular path of evolution our brain took? It's possible for a more complex brain to not be conscious, just more complex.
I don't think it's possible for a more complex brain to not be conscious. No, I don't think so. I don't see any evidence of that either, because
when he started off with that hierarchical temporal memory, that the holographic aspects of it are identical, it just suggests consciousness in a way that one you'd have to believe in it more than deny it.
What we're talking about is the definition of consciousness. Yeah. I mean, with these aspects essentially, and a certain threshold, breaching a certain threshold of complexity, are all complex systems conscious? No. I mean, can you have a system that's more and more complex and not even remotely conscious? Of course. I mean, the Earth is a heck of a lot more complex than your brain. I mean, there's a lot more particles in it. They're doing a lot more things. The amount of information contained in it is way greater. The sun, even more than the Earth. So it's not complexity that's causing consciousness. It's a threshold of complexity within a certain dynamic, and that dynamic is
the structure that's more important than the
structure and the complexity, both, but not one or the other.
Just as a heads up, we're running up to about 9 minutes left. A couple more viewer comments or questions here. First one is, has all of this been observed? How much of this is observation and how much of it is conjecture or extrapolation? So I guess of your theory, which things are the things that are pretty well established as known facts, and which ones of them are still awaiting testing? And
so I would say that the component of all of this that is actually my theory is essentially that the information exchange within the type of structure that we're talking about here with black hole universes inside of black hole universes, in that context, that's essentially what my theory is. But my theory is just built on obviously a bunch of other theories. Some of these theories are more, have been demonstrated more effectively than others. Clearly, superstring theory hasn't been falsified at all. That is to say, it hasn't produced yet a single falsifiable test, and so therefore hasn't even been attempted to falsify. However, the mathematics works out, and because being a serious scientific theory, it is consistent with all of the data gathered so far. So that is to say that a whole bunch of falsifications that could, but it doesn't falsify it relative to other theories. So some things more than others. It depends on whether or not superstring theory is right, makes sense, etc. Again, the falsification test that I gave with regard to dark matter and demonstrating that the universe is a black hole, and if that's the case, then black holes are universes, and that suggests obviously that there's this hierarchical black holes within black holes very clearly. I think that could be a falsification, and that would certainly be a test of string theory, because if string theory can come along and say, given the holographic principle, given this conjecture that it's matter that's falling in from the outside, and given the radiation signature from the dark matter clusters, that would be a falsification test of string theory. So, yeah, I mean, black holes exist, yes. The holographic principle is mathematically sound. In terms of the Bekenstein-Hawking thermodynamic laws, that looks pretty clearly true. Hierarchical temporal memory has been used in artificial intelligence to create systems that, like I said, recognize speech patterns and facial recognition and things like this, things that brains only used to be able to do. So it seems fairly good.
I have a question that I'd like to ask, and that is, how does the concept of the fact that we are beings that have somehow come about in this universe, and our need for love, affection, adoration, relationship, society, this relational dynamic that is so much a part of human behavior, human perception, human meaning. These things, if they evolved, if they come about through this constant process of organizing, what does that say though about if we turn the universe into just this giant thought process, where does this value of love and adoration, where does it come from, and where is it going, and how does it fit in, or does it, or can it?
Are you asking me?
Yes, yeah.
I mean, humans clearly evolved as a social species. A lot of our feelings and emotions are very much related to that evolution and to the things that we need to do behaviorally to survive and propagate.
And yet they're a repetition of this pattern of organization that seems to be holographically built into the whole. So it just strikes me as somehow, if this was ever going to happen, it was always going to happen, and that just based on that deterministic principle. And I'm curious about what that says about then this ultimate consciousness.
Well, you got to keep in mind there's other modes of evolution that aren't so nice, and
yes,
I don't know that it necessarily suggests anything about the type of evolution that occurs on a larger scale.
Or what's present in that evolution, not necessarily the type of evolution, but what's present in it. Where do these things come from? Why would we develop as social beings? Other creatures are not as social, and yet they're still, risking survival and what have you. So the very fact that this is one of those options.
Still others are more social. I mean, it's an environment. It's a complex, adaptive system that adapts to the environment. The environment includes other species. So I don't know that we can necessarily, conclude that. I see where you're going. I see where you're going with it, but I don't know that we can
it's
necessarily.
a problem. I find it irresolvable personally.
Well, I would point to the difference between animals that all of us are very familiar with, the dog and the cat. I personally, I'm a dog lover. Actually, Misty, come here. Here's my pup. But dogs are pack animals. They're social animals. They are animals that love people. They love attention. They love each other. They crave affection, and they need that social feedback. A solo dog is not a healthy dog. Cats, I'm pretty sure, hate everything. And I would argue that's because they're not dependent on anything social. They're independent entirely. They can hunt for themselves. They can care for themselves. Aside from when they're very, very young, cats
they can make their own vitamin C.
They're amazing. They're terrible pets, in my opinion, but they're amazing animals. And because of their self-reliance, they are very different from humans in our need for affection and for connections and for love. If you can call what animals feel love, I personally would.
It seems strange, but I've had several cats that just love me and will not leave me alone and nestle with me and everything. And I don't know why. It's weird.
Room for anomalies even within cat species.
Yeah.
But I mean, domesticated cats have been bred to be around humans for at least 3,000 years. So it's possible that we bred some of that into it. But I don't know if that is a independent variable from what we've done. But I could say that it's pretty obvious that that dogs come there. I'm getting badgered here by Joey, the show's producer. It is 8:00. He said he can give us a few extra minutes. There's a last question from a viewer that says, if the multiverse is more like a human brain, how does that make it more like a creator and less like the created? Is it just because it's bigger?
It's not more like a human brain. It's more like a brain. I mean, the human aspect, I'm comparing to human brains because these are the brains that we sort of know are conscious. It's all hard for us.
And the love, the things Bob was talking about, are distinctly features of a human brain and cannot be projected to an infinite brain that would not be reliant upon the social structure or anything of that nature.
Yeah, I mean, that's beyond my ability to answer in a sense. But like I said, when I'm talking about human brains, I'm trying to say we can relate to this, and I'm talking about consciousness in terms of the complexity. The threshold that we know of now is us. I don't know that we yet have a really good beat on that complexity threshold with this dynamic. And again, it takes both to produce consciousness, but with the dynamic, with the level of complexity, it's highly suggestive that this is something that should have something akin to consciousness. Our own consciousness is very special. I mean, you can knock out all sorts of all kinds of different areas of the human brain without knocking out the conscious part. I mean, you're going to lose a lot of stuff, but our brains are organized in a very specific way to deal with our environment and to reproduce ourselves. So if the thing is infinite, if you're talking about an infinite functional neural network, an infinite mind, or something that's akin to an infinite brain, and its mode of evolution is clearly very strange. We're talking about evolving universes and physical parameters and mathematics that just goes beyond most, if everybody's comprehension, essentially. I mean, we're using computers for most of this stuff now.
Right. It's too much to juggle.
Well, Nick, I think that
Yeah.
you've answered that question pretty succinctly, and as we're running short on time, I wanted to give you the opportunity to come up with any final concluding points. I did want to say one thing myself, and that I'm going to actually sign off, except for a final goodbye when you say you are all set. But the one thing that you said in our conversation the other day that I was really hoping would come up, I wrote it down. I thought it was such a fantastic quote. Is that your conjecture has come together in such a way that you said to me, if you're going to believe in a God, this is the God that you should believe in. I don't know if that's something you wanted to comment on at this point, or just something that I should throw out to the viewers, but I wanted to give you and Bob, if you have anything to say as well, we can say probably 2 minutes to do a quick sign off, and then we've got to pitch the show back over to Joey so he can get prepped for the next one.
Well, I mean, to answer that, it makes it sound a little bit arrogant. I'm not saying it in that sense. I'm saying if you're a rational, scientific-minded person, if you're going to, talk about a God, and we're running up against the same problems that theologists have run into, But I think that reason and falsifiability and all these things are very important. I think if we're going to talk about any sort of infinite mind, there's got to be some sort of context. We have to be able to relate this to reality. And I think this does relate that question to reality. Does it fit the definition of God? That, I guess, depends on your definition of God. I think in terms of a sort of a final statement, the interesting thing about this, and we got into this very briefly, but the observer problem, the idea of a mind, sort of in the center of our existence, consciousness sort of in the center of the stage of our existence, and even potentially emerging in cosmological or physics or in the multiverse or something like that. It's very indicative, and I know I sort of quipped, hey, you just described the Buddhist cosmogony, but that's interesting too. And
I think it also I would just add that I think it presupposes that we cannot ever have a way of understanding mystery, and so I think I find it fascinating and very interesting, and yet there's so much that we possibly don't know, that we have no idea what we've left out.
I mean, I don't know, understanding mystery, isn't that what mystery isn't understood, right?
Exactly. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Yes, right.
Well, we've got about 30 seconds left. Any final words from either of you to say goodbye?
No, just fascinating stuff. Loved it. Yeah.
Thanks.
Nick, did you want to plug anything platform quick? Your complex systems page or anything of that nature? People want to learn more?
Political stuff. I don't know. We do that another time if you'd like.
Okay. Well, Nick does. He is on Facebook. Runs a complex system or the Global Party for Complex Systems
Theoretic Governance.
Did I get?
Global Party for Systems Theoretic Governance. It's a political. The idea is it's sort of almost in line with like Sam Harris's, scientific ethics kind of thing.
Which is very related to what I was talking about last week as well with Alan. So, thank you, Nick, for joining us. I have loved the opportunity to do this. If anybody has more questions or comments, I'm sure that we may not be able to address them on the show, but I'm hoping that this piqued your curiosity. You can email me at greg@inspiringdoubt. That's related to my page. I've not yet put together one for this, but inspiringdoubt.com. Or you can send the emails to the New Covenant group. You can send text messages, however you'd like. We'd love your feedback. We'd love your information. Nick, Bob, thank you for joining us, and it's been fantastic. One final thank you to Joey for giving a few extra minutes here at the end and for tolerating the fact that I forgot to turn on my Skype until the show is about to start, which is why we got a little bit of a late start there. This has been Inspiring Honesty. join us again next week at 6 o'clock. I don't have a guest lined up yet, but that doesn't mean that you won't be in for something new and exciting at that point as well. Have a great day.
Welcome back to the place. This is the place for intellectual, spiritual, and scriptural honesty. And we've had an exciting day. We just had a program on that was extremely fascinating. We will be uploading it the latter part of the week. My voice has given me just a little bit of difficulty tonight, and so I would ask you to forgive me. But I want to bring Bob in. We have Bob Greaves, the unconventional pastor, with us tonight. He's our guest host here tonight, and he's going to carry the ball. He's going to interview a wonderful gentleman by the name of Dr. Boyd Purcell. Welcome, Bob.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Michael. It's good to be here with you.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you. Your show is... It's awesome. We keep getting a lot of feedback from people who keep watching the Wednesday night program you're teaching, and also all of the interviews that you do on Sunday nights. And I'm looking forward to tonight's show with you talking with Dr. Purcell.
Very good. Very good. Yeah.
And so I'm going to allow you to introduce Dr. Purcell, and I'm going to step to the side and enjoy the show.
Excellent. Yes. Well, Dr. Boyd Purcell, I want to welcome you to the place. And this is actually not my show. I'm here kind of guest hosting for Dr. Jones, and my show was even preempted tonight. But I want to welcome you, and why don't you say hello to some of our viewers here?
All who are listening this evening, and trust to be a very interesting and inspiring, informative program.
Well, very good. Glad to have you with us. And now you have been in ministry in various capacities for about 40 years now. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Quite a variety. I have been a pastoral minister, pastor of a church, was pastor of an established church for 5 years, did a new church start for my former denomination, and the church grew from home Bible study to average-sized Protestant church with a beautiful building and a nice location. And then I ran into difficulty with the denomination due to too much love, grace, and mercy when I came to believe in Christian universalism. So I was forced to resign, and then became a substance abuse counselor, an inpatient therapist in a psychiatric hospital, private practice, teaching in university, psychopathology, and other counseling courses, and became a hospice chaplain, providing spiritual care at the end of life for hospice patients. Wow. Yeah.
Well, I see you have a very interesting and very broad education as well. That you've got a number of degrees here. You're board certified chaplains, you'd mentioned, and Master of Arts in Counseling. And then your doctorate is actually a degree that integrates psychology and theology. An interesting way of combining it. Of course, the hospice work is just a tremendously heartfelt ministry. I imagine you get to know families at some of the most vulnerable moments. And I would wonder, was your work as a hospice counselor something that was the result of your universalism, or was that something that may have actually been your interest in that was something that led to it?
Well, it sort of led to it. The problem is I look back, the Lord has prepared me for hospice ministry for many years before that even became a possibility for me. In that I did my Master of Divinity thesis back in 1974 on death counseling. And
no kidding.
It was many years later before I actually went into hospice ministry. But all that really helped and impressed those interviewing me that I was the best person for the position. And there were several, 10 or 12 interviewed, I believe, and only 2 of us were invited back for a second interview. And the other graduate was from Duke University, a rather prestigious theological school. But I felt I was the better candidate, and so they hired me.
Now you've also authored at least two books that I see that are available on Amazon.com that I think would be good for people to be aware of. The first book that it seems to be available there is Spiritual Terrorism: Spiritual Abuse from the Womb to the Tomb. Could you tell us a little bit about what led you to make that book?
Yes, I did that after retiring from hospice, and I learned so much over the years, and many illustrations I could use of spiritual abuse and spiritual terrorism when you share that with an even wider audience. So after retiring, I bought a computer, first one I ever owned, and began writing the book. I completed it in 2008, though it took me a little over a year to do it. But more importantly, it took me a lifetime of preparation to be able to write the book, at least to what I want to be the quality of the book, and which some people told me it is. In fact, now there are 45 reviews of spiritual terrorism on the internet on Amazon.com, and 42 of them are 5-star ratings.
Yeah, excellent. If you could tell our viewers a little bit about what is the basic thesis behind spiritual terrorism, spiritual abuse from the womb to the tomb.
Well, it's about spiritual abuse, the essence of which is any life-harmful relationship one has with the God of a person's negative conception. And some of those life-harmful consequences are low self-esteem, depression, feeling never good enough, and even worse, never going to be good enough to please God and gain admission to heaven. And this may lead to suicidal ideation and other serious mental, emotional health problems. So that's why the subtitle is Spiritual Abuse from the Womb to the Tomb. It starts very early, even in the womb, and may last not only to the tomb for the patient, but even beyond the tomb for family members who may worry that the loved one is burning in hell forever rather than enjoying the glories of heaven.
Yes. It is amazing how our culture has turned that way. And I imagine that the spiritual terrorism book that you wrote it probably led to some feedback that made you, I'm just guessing that the feedback is what caused you to feel that it was really necessary to write a follow-up to that. Is that part of how that would have come about?
Yes, it is. So it has been 4 years, and there's been substantial amount of feedback from across the country and around the world. And I gave some of those examples, too many to be able to use, but as far away as Australia and South Africa and Poland and Germany, Great Britain, and other places around the world. So it's very in the United States.
And that led you to then put together the book that is now available on Amazon.com called Christianity Without Insanity for Optimal Mental, Emotional, Physical Health. Christianity Without Insanity. I've read a lot of the book. I haven't had a chance to go through all of it, but I read some chapters all the way through, skimmed some of the others, and I got to tell you, the book addressed a number of just awesome issues, and I thought that you made a very excellent argument that appealed with a great deal of heart. And I can see how this would also work out of your hospice involvement. What would you say are some of the most insane elements of that are part of Christianity, as you would see it's something it's better off without?
Well, I'd say first of all, it'd be Christianity, in order to cure rather than cause spiritual insanity, must be without oxymorons. The word oxymoron is actually from two Greek words, oxos meaning sharp or keen, and moros meaning dull or foolish. So the word oxymoron is actually itself an oxymoron because it expresses two inherently different, contradictory things. So I listed what I consider the top 10 oxymorons of fear-based Christianity.
Yes, and I saw the list in your book, and I thought it was great. If you don't mind, I'd like to actually talk about some of them specifically and hear some of your thoughts on it. if that works for you. In number 10, and counting down from 10 to 1, God's perfectly proportional justice and eternal hell. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Well, viewers, listeners may need to know I grew up in fundamental Christian churches and had zero fear of God at age 8 because I really didn't go to church before. We lived in a very rural area without a church nearby. But at age 8, my parents moved to an area where there were churches nearby. So they found one that I think due to friends, relatives going, which is how most people start going to a church. They don't check out the best church in town. Not that there's necessarily is the best church, but this church preached eternal punishment, which was almost all churches did then, and which almost all churches still do today, more than 40 years, almost 60 years later. But I really began to be terrorized at age 8 due to what I heard, that God, who is a God of love, by the way, still there's a limit to God's love. And therefore, God will burn people in hell forever who commit major sins, heinous things like murder and rape and robbery and so on. But God will also send you to hell for telling a lie or just failing to do a good deed. For to know to do good and not do it is sin, according to the Bible. Then there are a couple catch-alls that will send almost everybody to hell, which is failure to do all to the glory of God and not doing everything in faith. So that can get just about everyone damned to hell forever. So it just was terrorizing to hear that. And it seemed like God had absolutely no sense of proportionality. God would send you to hell for the most trivial sin. But after growing up and studying the Bible for myself, come to find out that God has a perfect sense of proportionality, not surprisingly. And in Exodus 21, through Moses, God gave the law of retribution, and it was to be no broader than the offense. Now, today we consider this really quite harsh, but then the penalty, the law was an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth and burning for burning and a life for life. So if someone, this was clan justice because there were no sheriffs or police officers back then in the ancient world. So if someone killed a family member, they would, the clan go over and exact justice, but they were not to kill the man who did the murder and his wife and children, and maybe the whole clan, as some did, only to take his life. So God has a perfect sense of proportionality. So this thing about God burning people in hell forever for all sins is just more oxymoronic.
It's just out of proportion, And you mentioned the issue of the eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. A lot of people in our modern day, when they hear that, they hear the violence in it, but they don't realize that in a day in which man was far less civilized, the way you might enact vengeance on somebody would go overboard. And so when these people were first given the eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, to the original hearers of that was a voice of restraint. You just can't take it any farther then. And so later, when it became later it became a justification for vengeance. It was originally intended to be a voice of restraint, hold back, and proportionality was, I think, really the point of that. And then you point out how eternal hell just rises out of here with being, how is that proportional? It seems insane and an oxymoron. Then number 9, God's desire that none perish, and yet, according to this traditional theology, almost all do, most do.
Yes, can you justify that with the misunderstanding and mistranslation of Matthew 7 about the straight and the narrow way? Jesus says, straight is the way and narrow is the gate which leads into life, and few there be who find it. But conversely, broad is the way and wide is the gate which leads to destruction, and many there are who enter in thereat, according to the King James. But that is a mistranslation. And so they justify this insanity of God torturing people forever when, in fact, God's justice is proportional.
Yeah. Now, what do you offhand remember? What it was you would have considered to be a more appropriate translation of that section there, where narrow is the gate and few there be that find it?
Well, first of all, it talks about life. Heaven and hell, neither one are mentioned in that passage of Scripture. It's about life, and it's about the abundant life as opposed to a life of trying to get ahead, being depressed, and get ahead of the Joneses and so on. So it's just about life. It's not about heaven or hell. But they read it into it, and then also there's a participle in there, which says that many are few are finding it, but it's not that they will not ever find it. And that's the mistranslation, misunderstanding of that passage, because eventually all people will find it, because Christ died for the sins of the whole world. And he promised in John 12:32 that where he lifted up from the earth on the cross, he would draw all people to himself.
Amen.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. And so it is kind of oxymoronish to think that God does express this desire that none perish, and yet seems strange, which you then talk about the other oxymoron, which is that a lot of traditional theology will talk very strongly about God's sovereignty. And yet somehow this human free will that they also talk about that earns this deserved eternal judgment evidently seems to overrule that sovereignty. So something doesn't seem to be right in the philosophy there.
Well, preachers preach that God is sovereign, and yet his sovereignty is overruled by human free will.
Yes. Now, I'm having a hard time hearing you, Joey. Is that because it's not coming to me, or is Dr. Purcell's microphone having a problem? Do you know, Joey? Couldn't tell.
This is Joey, Bob. What we have discovered is that there's some looping going on with Dr. Purcell's setup there, and so what we have to do from time to time is cut his audio off, stop that loop from happening, and just hope for the best. So this show is going to be interesting, to say the least, but I think that we're going to get through it. So far, his sound has been pretty good, and we hope our audience is enjoying this conversation, because I sure am.
Okay, I just unplugged my mic and replugged it.
No, I wouldn't do that. We figured out a way to handle it on this end.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Okay,
So
but you might experience a glitch from time to time, and we do apologize for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another one of your oxymorons that were here, one that it really spoke to me, was that apparently God is omniscient and omnipotent, and yet he seems to, according to the story as it's usually told, in spite of how powerful and all-knowing he is, and how wise, he just can't seem to find a way of winning people over. Which seems to be another oxymoron in the traditional story. You want to kind of tell us a little bit more about that? And
yes, people teach, preachers do that, God is omniscient, in which case God created mankind. He gave us free will, which I believe he will never violate. But they believe, most Christians have been taught, and almost all believe, unfortunately, that mankind can abuse free will to the point that we can get ourselves damned to hell forever. But God, since God is omniscient, God can figure out a way to change our free will, bring us to do his will without violating our free will. Now, could not an omniscient God do that? I believe it's oxymoronic to believe otherwise. And so God will do that, and there's a simple way that God can do that, and it's called irresistible grace. And irresistible grace doesn't mean that God's grace cannot be resisted at all. It just means it won't be resisted forever. And since God has eternity to get us straightened out, to bring us to do his will in a loving way without violating our free will, that's exactly what this omniscient God is doing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. A very different definition of irresistible grace than what, say, Calvin would have done. And then the one that you ended up with, the number one oxymoron, God's spoken of as having infinite mercy, and yet when they teach this eternal torture in hell, how can we reconcile the idea that there's such a thing as this eternal torture, and yet we also want to ascribe to God this character of infinite mercy. It is indeed an oxymoron. It's strange. I think it may be from your counseling background, you can understand this. I think that sometimes people who believe in God really feel a bit insecure, and they want to please him so badly that they move towards this hyperbole. They move toward an exaggeration. I think of like an Anselm, who was saying something like, God is that greatest thing, greater than which you cannot conceive. And I mean, that sounds interesting, but it's like trying to give us a theistic concept on steroids or something. And and there's a sense in which I think sometimes believers are just drawn toward, oh yeah, God's mercy. Oh, he's infinitely mercy. Oh, but he's going to have to judge people, so he's going to just judge them with forever. And it's like everything has to be exaggerated to the nth degree. It's almost like part of the knee-jerk reaction of a religious mentality that I think is really in some ways motivated by insecurity and a desire to please the one they fear might really be angry. Do you relate to that at all? Do you think you see into that dynamic, or do you have anything else that you think really lies behind what causes that kind of thinking?
Well, I agree with what you're saying. I think there's a lot that lies behind it. But the main thing is here. I'm getting a lot of feedback. Are you need to adjust the mic at this point? All right, so I keep talking. Bob?
Hi, Dr. Purcell, yeah, you might unplug your headset and let's see how that goes.
Okay, it's back in.
All right, fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
All right, and
There
on.
a lot of things behind it, but fear is the driving force behind that. And Psalm 136 has 26 verses in it. In every verse, it makes a declaration about God and then says, according to the King James Version, that his mercy endures forever. 26 times it says his mercy endures forever, and yet preachers will then proclaim that God will torture you in hell forever unless you accept Christ and do X, Y, and Z and don't do A, B, C. It's just mind-boggling, the oxymoronic nature of that. I call that the oxymoronic gospel.
And I agree with that, just totally. It reminds me, George Carlin, the comedian who's no longer here with us in the his since passed, but although he was a bit more crass, he spoke about this craziness of this oxymoronic gospel, and after he went on his tirade talking about how much sense it did make, and he would always end that tirade with saying, "And oh yeah, he loves you." and it makes you wonder, well, if this is love, what I just can't see how that would lead to anything but a great deal of insecurity. And by the way, you get into that in this book in a wonderful way. I really enjoyed it. You even talked about some very specific situations of very sad events, such as a lot of people remember the story of Andrea Yates, the woman from Texas who was so worried about the eternal destiny of her children and what was going to happen to them once they reached the age of accountability, that the craziness that was going on inside of her led her to feel it was a better idea to kill her children. Just a heart-wrenching story, and you talk about the insanity of that, and I get the impression, even from reading that there's a sense in which, if that's really true, that people are going to reach an age of accountability and are now at great risk, it almost makes more sense to kill them while they're young. And that's a crazy way of talking.
It does, but that is actually sane to think that, because if you have a 100% chance of going to heaven before age 12, which is generally considered by Protestants the age of accountability, because Jesus went to the temple at the age of 12 and said he had to be about his Father's business. But if you have a 100% chance before 12 and almost zero chance after 12, then the best thing would be not to turn 12. In fact, I was hoping to die and praying that God would take my life before my 12th birthday because I was afraid of turning 12, having the full weight and responsibility of an adult, be treated the same as adults in regard to God's judgment and eternal damnation. And what does a 12-year-old know?
Oh my, oh my! Yeah, that strikes me as amazing. I'm glad that when I was growing up, I did become a person of faith at around the age of 7, but I never even really thought about it. The church that I was in was not a biblical church by any means, but so I never really heard the story or judgment or enough that it made me think about it. I just enjoyed the presence of God and loved Him in that way, but. It was just such a strange thing to come to that point where you realize, oh my goodness, we're at a horrible risk here. And I like it in your book here. You also talk about you give me an acrostic for insanity, INSANITY, where insanity you say is hypocrisy of God torturing His enemies in hell fire forever, thus violating His own law of proportionality to this nth degree. And then you also talk, though, how about Christ commanded us to forgive and to do good to and even love our enemies. But this gospel of insanity turns God into a hypocrite.
It really does. And the worst kind. He violates His own law of proportionality to the nth degree. And God is basically saying, do as I say, don't do as I do. And then Jesus did give us the command to forgive our enemies, to do good for them, pray for them, and to love them. And He went a step beyond. He even died for His enemies. But God will burn people in hell forever.
It's how strange that here's something that no doubt has struck you is that, and yet many people who endorse this oxymoronic gospel don't really stop to think about the fact that they're doing that they don't put the 2 and 2 together. They seem to be able to put 2 and 7 together and still get 4. I don't, it doesn't seem to make sense. Anyway, I'm not going to go through the entire acrostic here, but I like that because it helped to bring it out. Definitely shows your pastoral background, I guess. Yeah. Now, how long has this book been out? The book on Christianity without insanity.
Just this month. Just new on Amazon.com. Just published this month.
Okay, very good. Yeah, I know I talked with a few other people who had just managed to get a hold of a copy of it. By the way, at this point in time, I should tell a lot of our viewers that they can find this book on Amazon.com. They can do a search there for Boyd Purcell, Boyd Purcell, and that'll probably bring up both books, the one on spiritual terrorism, and this also, though, you have some websites associated with your 2 books, and I want our viewers to know about this. If you get a chance, Joey, to even throw that up on the lower third, that'd be great. One of the websites is Christianity Without Insanity, as if it were one word, .com. And you also have Healing Spiritual Terrorism, as one word, as it were, .com. And of course, they can find more information about your books there at Amazon, and even a little bit of bio about you. Now, you haven't, the book only out a month, you haven't had a chance to get much feedback on it, but have you had any people talking to you about it yet?
I have, and there are 2 reviews of it on Amazon.com, and both of them are 5-star reviews. Several other people said that they're going to write reviews, and all have said they think it's worth 5 stars. In fact, there's a priest from New York who read Spiritual Terrorism and wrote a 5-star review of it, in which he said that he's giving it 5 stars only because there were no more stars to give it. But he said of Christianity Without Insanity that it's even better than Spiritual Terrorism.
I haven't had a chance myself to do anything but just browse through the spiritual terrorism. But I have some friends who've read it and talked to me about it, and they loved it. And when I saw this book on Christianity Without Insanity and read through it, I just thought it was a wonderful contribution to the ongoing dialogue. And what I really appreciated about it is that although I do think that there's this oxymoronic gospel, as you called it. Unfortunately, some people have thought that it makes most sense to just throw the whole thing out, but you're really seeking to establish that this Christianity without insanity was really the original state of the church.
That's right. And I heard of people who believed in universal salvation before I came to believe in it. But I always heard that they believed in it in spite of what the Bible teaches about eternal punishment. But I started studying for myself to see what does the Bible actually teach? Would it confirm what had always been taught in churches growing up and going to an evangelical seminary? Or does it actually teach universal salvation? And as I studied and studied, and I was in pastoral ministry for 15 years. Before I came to the truth of Christian universalism, as I studied the Greek text and came to the conclusion that the Bible actually teaches universal salvation. And I say in Christianity Without Insanity that as surely as the grass is green, the sky is blue, God is in heaven, Jesus Christ is Lord. Jesus taught universal salvation. The Bible teaches it. The apostles preached it, and the early church believed it for over 500 years, until Origen, the church's first systematic theologian, was condemned as a heretic in the year 553. I've documented that in my book, both Spiritual Terrorism and Christianity Without Insanity. The really significant thing is that Origen was born in 185. He died in 254 at the age of 69. So when he's condemned in 553, he had been dead and buried for 3 centuries.
Seems, I get the impression that a lot of the heretical declarations were made as a result of trying to champion the systematic theologies offered by Augustine, who really tried to cement things in a very different direction. And so that there was this rambunctious desire to trying to get rid of all competitive views and bury them as if they had always been eschewed. And when
St. Augustine was born 100 years after Origen's death. He's born in 354. He died in 430 at the age of 76. But he said even in his day, that there were very many people who believed in universal salvation. And he didn't call them heretics, he called them tender hearts. But Augustine did believe in eternal punishment. He had great powers of persuasion. He really was not a Greek scholar, didn't understand the Greek text. He's a Latin speaker. And so he led the church in a different direction. And so the church in the West, that's Western Europe, North and South America, has a much more negative view of Christianity and of eternal damnation than what the Eastern Church is. That is, the Church in East Russia, the Eastern Orthodox countries, they have a much different view of hell. They hold to pretty much what Jesus taught and the apostles preached, that hell is for the purpose of purification. And many of the early church fathers who were Greek speakers, Gregory of Nyssa, Clement of Alexandria, and others clearly believed and articulated and preached the gospel of universal salvation.
I agree with you. And one of the things that a lot of people that you mentioned, when you mentioned, I realized that sometimes I even forget to mention it, and it seems significant, at least to me, is that you mentioned that Augustine was a Latin scholar and didn't really master, the Greek text. And something, a little piece of history a lot of people don't know about is that the church itself kind of abandoned the Greek text before 350 AD because they just preferred to use Latin, and they had a variety of Latin translations, and eventually the Vulgate became the official version. They just used that, and the Greek was preserved by being copied, but nobody really looked at it for almost 1,000 years. They just just had it. And this I think was part of what allowed this oxymoronic gospel to kind of not only be championed, but to kind of take over everything else. Now, in the book, you also talk about various different religions of the world as various different religions in reaching out for that which would make spiritual sense seem to at least find some sense of common voice. Could you speak to that a little bit? What you found in some of your research with that?
Yes, I'd be glad to. But let me say one more thing about the church, that the church became the official state church of the Roman Empire, originally in the 3rd century. And then the emperor and church officials worked hand in glove to control the subjects of the Roman Empire through fear. So changing the doctrine of universal salvation to eternal damnation for the vast majority of people, the salvation of a few, was really the emperor's way and the church corrupt officials' way of controlling the subjects of the Roman Empire. But religions of the world, I address this issue that all major religions and all minor ones, of which I'm aware, teach universal salvation when fire is understood metaphorically rather than understood to be eternal punishment. So fire throughout the scriptures is used in a metaphorical way, not as literal fire. In fact, one of the 4 biblical definitions of God is a consuming fire. God is love, God is light, God is spirit, God is a consuming fire. But God is not in a state of combustion.
Yeah, and many other it's amazing how many other religions use the metaphor of fire as a sense of purification, and it seems to be almost a shared symbolism in some of this.
Right. In Native American spirituality, in the medicine wheel, they kept fires burning, and in the medicine wheel, they depicted the fire in the hub, the center of life. Isn't that beautiful? And Zoroastrians who worship before an altar of fire have been accused of worshiping fire, but they don't worship fire. They worship God, who is symbolized by the fire.
You know, I would be I would be curious. You know, many people have various different views on this. My feeling has been that although I find in the gospel of Christ this promise of God who takes on the responsibility of redemption, of restoration, of pulling man up out of this, we call it lostness at times, that although I certainly am a Christian and I believe that Christ was a very real historical person, that he's actually very raised from the dead, and that he lives within the believer, is the power of God within our lives. I don't perceive Jesus as the kind of egotist where if there are other people who for cultural reasons are reaching out for God in just some sort of generic way, that he's just kind of sitting there with his arms crossed going harumph until they get his name right. Where are you on that kind of a thing?
Well, people have different cultures and different languages, so they use different names for God. And one thing I've heard that the Muslims worship Allah, which is true, but I've heard on the internet, I've seen where Allah is the moon god of Arabia. Nothing could be further from the truth. The word Allah is merely the Arabic word for God. And interestingly, Arabic Christians use the same word Allah for God as what Muslims do.
Yeah.
So let's talk about Jehovah. The Brahman is the name in Hinduism. So different cultures have different languages, different names for God, but we're worshiping the same God.
And we may be confused about some of the details. And personally, I just don't see how God could worry about the details in some sense, where that doesn't seem to be our worst problem. if I were to meet you on the street and say you were injured or hurt, and you see my name tag or something, and you ask me for help, if you call me Gary instead of Bob, it's not as if you're not reaching out to me, and as if I'm going to say, well, look, you got the name wrong, so you're on your own. So yeah, I just find this wall concept to be radically overstated and just kind of oxymoronic in its own way. In this book that you have of that has also come out here recently, the Christianity Without Insanity, you went into a number of stories of various different, unfortunately, criminal activity and even some other moderate activity. I find this very interesting. You mentioned a number of people. I mentioned Andrea Yates. Is there any other particular story that stands out to you that you'd like to share that you think is a clear example of how the insanity has affected some people in just a very horrible way?
There's an example of the man on Criminal Mindscape on TV, where they do profiles of criminals. And he actually ended up, through a Bible study, participating in a murder, because the leader of this group, Home Bible Study group, said that there was sin within the group, which is preventing the second coming of Christ to set all right with the world. So he fixated on one group, one couple, family in the group. There was a couple and 3 children. And he ended up having all of them killed with the group participating in the murder. They dug a hole in a barn, and they killed them, covered them up, and then went to the house and had a Bible study after that. One person was convicted of conscience, finally contacted authorities after several years. The group was arrested, put on trial. The leader was executed by the state of Ohio, but this person got life in prison. Others got lesser sentences because of their participation. But the whole thing was about Achan in the group. I don't know if you've heard that term, but anyone doubts the insanity of this by taking the Bible literally. Judges chapter 7, there's a case of a man called Achan who caused the Jews to lose a battle, according to the text. And therefore, the group ended up stoning this man and his wife and family, the whole family to death because of sin. And there's a saying in regard to a group, in regard to sin, is there an Achan in the group? There's also an individual application. Is there an Achan in your life? This man learned way too late that you should not take the Bible literally in all respects and apply it this way today.
Which is what this group ended up doing, because I think that Jeffrey Lundgren was actually teaching that this family that they ended up killing, they didn't just kill them because they were getting wild and weird. They actually thought that this family's resistance to Jesus was what was preventing Jesus from returning.
So if you want Jesus to come and set all right with the world, then you need to eliminate this family. It's crazy thinking.
And what a horrifying conclusion to come to. And I'm curious, with any other examples in the book that you think represent a clear example of how this insanity, unfortunately, has worked out in our lives here in America?
Well, let me give you an example of Jay from Australia. He contacted me after Spiritual Terrorism was published, and he said he needed help. Asked him what his situation was and what sense did he need help. And he said his father had been a hospice patient. This fellow, Jay, had been his caregiver. Well, his father's a good man, but not a Christian. Jay had heard growing up in a Christian church that everyone who is not a Christian will get burned in hell forever by God, who is love. As Carlin said, yeah, God, he burn you on and on, but he loves you. But anyway, after the father died, Jay became so depressed thinking about imagining his father engulfed in flames in hell forever. He became very depressed. Then he became dysfunctional and had to be admitted to a psychiatric hospital for psychiatric care. And in the hospital, he told the doctors the source of his dysfunctionality, and they medicated him. gave him some talk therapy, and discharged him with the instructions to do deep breathing exercises and meditate. Well, what do you meditate when you imagine your father's engulfed in flames forever in hell? Well, he was reported that he was becoming depressed and dysfunctional again. And so, well, how did you get my name and contact information way down under in Australia? And he said, well, as he was painfully contemplating being readmitted to the psychiatric hospital, he was trying to think of words that would describe what he had been experiencing so painfully. And he said 2 words came to mind: spiritual terrorism. He Googled those 2 words, and my website, healingspiritualterrorism.com, with contact information was displayed on his computer screen. He got my book. He read it. He did not need to be rehospitalized. What better example could there be of spiritual insanity, of spiritual terrorism?
There's a sense here in which, and I've made this observation myself, and I see from what you've written that it's no doubt you've made this observation as well, that there's a sense in which there's a lot of people who hold on to this oxymoronic gospel, but it doesn't seem to make them go crazy. And yet, the truth is, their behavior seems to reflect the fact that they don't really believe it. Or else they would behave differently. I mean, for example, if I really believed that all of my neighbors, if they don't bow their knee to Jesus, are going to burn in hell forever, why am I sitting here in my office having a comfortable conversation with you instead of pleading with these people constantly, 24/7? I don't see the church behaving in a way that shows to me that they even really care about the realities they claim to believe in.
Well, no, and that's not reaching out to your neighbor and loving your neighbor as yourself, according to Jesus. But I don't know if it's worse than that, but it's terrible to think about maybe your son or your daughter or your brother or sister or your parents or grandparents or your coworker or someone, a good friend or loved one, that may get burned in hell forever. And many people do worry about that. Other people seem to be better at compartmentalizing. Some people just rebel against it. Some people say to hell with all this and go out and have a good time. Others become cynics or atheists or agnostics or skeptics. There are many different reactions to this fear-based Christianity and religion.
I think it actually leads to, there's a certain level at which all of us have a certain a degree of psychological self-protection that we have in varying degrees ways of kind of protecting ourselves from those things that would create too much anxiety. And I often wonder if the oxymoronic gospel is part of what's responsible for the apathy and lethargy of the church, because if this is true, I can cope with it better if at some level I just don't care.
I think it's just probably desperation that there's really nothing I can do. I think people get compassion fatigue, because you can be concerned about a person or 2 or 3, but when it gets to be hundreds and thousands and millions of people who are perishing without Christ, then it just becomes overwhelming. And so people just push it to the back of their mind or shut it out because they just can't stand that. And let me give you a good example of that in song, a song written by A.B. Simpson called A Missionary Cry. And this is to motivate people to give and go and pray and give mission pledges over and above their tithes and offerings to the church, and to get people saved before it's eternally too late. This song says, 100,000 souls a day are passing one by one away in Christless guilt and gloom, without one ray of hope of light, with future dark as endless night. They're passing to their doom, they're passing to their doom. O Church of Christ, what wilt thou say when in the awful judgment day they charge thee with their doom? They charge thee with their doom. Oh, let us then his coming haste. Let us end this awful waste of souls that never die. 1,000 millions still are lost. The Savior's blood has paid the cost. Oh, hear their dying cry. Oh, hear their dying cry. Isn't that more?
It is amazing that that A.B. Simpson could write something that artistically put together, and yet he didn't. I don't think A.B. Simpson ever came to the point where he asked himself, "What am I thinking? How can that be?" And I suppose that there's a sense in which there's the Stockholm syndrome. If God really is that way, and He really is God, well, there isn't anything I can really do about it. So I better play along and act like I care and justify Him. And this kind of paints you back into that corner in a horrible way.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned the Stockholm Syndrome because I used that in spiritual terrorism. And for those who may not be aware, in Sweden in about 1973, there were hostages taken by bank robbers, and they were held for several days. And after they were finally rescued by the police, the people did not speak badly of the bank robbers. They actually started raising money for the defense fund. And two of the women actually got engaged to the men, to the hostage takers. And it's been shown that in a fairly short time, people can become hostages. Have their mind altered by being a hostage when the hostage has total control of them. There's no way to escape. And the hostage takers do small favors by giving them food and water, allowing them to go to the restroom and so on. So I use this to say that God, for some people, is like a hostage taker. We're hostages, God, and we're to be appreciative for these small favors of life and for food and water and the necessities of life. I'm not saying we shouldn't be appreciative of those things, but we shouldn't have this sense of being a victim of Stockholm Syndrome because God is a loving Heavenly Father, not a hostage taker.
Yeah. And unfortunately, when we perceive Him as that, we try to honor Him as that because that increases the hedge of our bets for survival and minimal amount of risk and damage. Now, we did have a viewer ask this question, which is an interesting question. They're curious what your response would be. And let me also add that if there's any, if you have other questions and comments for Dr. Purcell, text them in. There's a number coming across the bottom of your screen that you can text to. There's a few people there in the studios. You can speak up and pass that on to Joey. A question that came in is, someone's asking if the original church, the apostles, were teaching a universal salvation. What exactly was it that they were being saved from if there was this universal salvation? How do you particularly understand that?
Well, we're saved from our sins. We're not saved from eternal damnation. So God is in the process of destroying sin and reconciling us to God through the Lord Jesus Christ. Whom I believe was God in the flesh. I am a Trinitarian Christian, so I believe all the things of orthodoxy, except the oxymoronic gospel and the eternal damnation. Hell, I do believe in hell, but hell is for the purpose of purification. It is not for eternal torture, but it is about the business of destroying sin and reconciling the cosmos to God's self.
And just as you would understand, spoken about in a way that takes some of its symbolism in a horrifically and inappropriately literal way.
Well, they do. Well, I mentioned before that the Bible consistently uses fire metaphorically. And for example, back in Deuteronomy, the writer was speaking of the Jews' experience of slavery in Egypt. And he said that they were in an iron furnace. Well, being in slavery was a painful experience where they weren't literally in an iron furnace. He didn't say it was like being in an iron furnace. He just said they were in an iron furnace. That's how it's used metaphorically. Then the Bible also says, Jeremiah speaks of the word of God being like fire. And Isaiah said that the breath of God is like a stream of fire and brimstone. And brimstone's an outdated word for sulfur. So a better translation, the NIV and others translate it as the breath of God is like a stream of burning sulfur, which connotes divine healing or purification. That's how sulfur was used and widely known for in the ancient world.
I haven't. My background is in human development, which is in some ways a survey of the various different humanities, such as psychology, anthropology, and things like that. I've had some experience in dealing with people in mental health or people struggling with various issues, and I've even had the opportunity to do auxiliary counseling with people as a pastoral counselor who were using this as a way of enhancing some of the counseling they were doing with, say, a therapist. And one of the observations that I made, and I'm curious to see if you've made this similar observation, is some of the people I know who were the most deeply troubled struck me as people who were actually, in some ways, far more tender, far more honest about the way they understood this oxymoronic gospel, and they were really taking it to heart, and that part of their dysfunction was the fact that this was a burden much too great for them. Have you found that this is true in some of the counseling that you've been involved in, that some of the people who appear to be most debilitated are oftentimes those who have experienced that as a result of what they're looking at?
Well, yes, there are many different manifestations of this problem of the oxymoronic gospel. And one young woman came for counseling, and she had two young sons who were preschool. But she was at the point of being almost dysfunctional, worrying about her sons because they would grow up and maybe not accept Christ as their Savior before they should die or before the Lord's return. But if they made age 12 and then had not accepted Christ as their Savior, then they were subject to eternal damnation. When I shared with her that hell is not literal fire, it's not forever, it's for purification, she was overjoyed. She thought this was the best news she ever heard. She went home and told her husband, who was a deacon at a Baptist church. He thought it was the worst news he ever heard. He refused to let her to come back for counseling anymore. And the pastor of the church, who had referred her to me for counseling, because I had reputation as being very helpful in private practice of counseling, they ended up calling him on the carpet and saying, "Do you really believe in eternal damnation? Why are you referring them to this Dr. Purcell?" And eventually he ended up getting fired. That was one of the things that led to his firing from the church. Too much love.
Wow. We had another question come in from a viewer, and that person was asking, they were interested in your clarifying, now in your concept of hell. I realize that many universalists have a wide variety of ways of putting that in. Do you see hell as just the word that is used for this process, and that the story we say and tell about hell, or do you see that there is actually this literal hell, but it's only a phase that these people go through? How is it? I guess they're curious a little bit more about what it is you understand hell to actually be.
Well, I'm not sure it's a geographical location. Probably isn't. I think it's more of a state of mind. And one thing it isn't, it's not eternal separation from God. That's another one of the oxymorons. On one hand, preachers say God is omnipresent, and then they preach about being eternally separated from God. That's impossible. So they can be out of fellowship with God, but they cannot be out of God's presence for time or eternity. But God may in fact be the fire of hell, because God is a consuming fire. And I believe that God as fire consumes sin, which purifies sinners. Most Christians believe that the fire
is the presence of God. I remember something that C.S. Lewis said, that that to the person who didn't love God, being in heaven would be for them a kind of a hell, and made me think about how that would work. That if he's this consuming fire, there's a sense in which it's a form. I'm taking it that the way you understand it, some form of unknown confrontation. I got another question here from a viewer, and that is, they're curious as to what you would think. Is a person better off, at least in terms of the tranquility of their mind, if they're an atheist than if they're a spiritual terrorism-styled theist?
Well, George MacDonald said he is a great Christian writer. In fact, the master of C.S. Lewis. Now, their lives only overlapped by 7 years. MacDonald died in 1905. Lewis was born in 1898. So MacDonald died when Lewis was only 7 years old. But Lewis said he never made any secret of the fact that MacDonald he always considered him his master in the terms of a mentor. Because C.S. Lewis, one of the greatest Christian writers of all time, was an atheist before he came to believe in Christ through the writings of MacDonald. Now, MacDonald said that if people of the world really believed in the doctrine of eternal punishment and hellfire, half the world would be insane and the other half would be atheist. And so I've said that this kind of oxymoronic gospel, fear-based Christianity, actually causes atheism, agnosticism, cynicism, and skepticism, various responses to it.
Yeah, I can agree with that. That seems to be the impact that it would lead to. I think that, even for my own self, as I look at it, I became a fundamentalist in about the 70s, early 70s, and at first that's the kind of a preacher I was. It made me a person who I think was very adamant, very determined, very bold, and very, very assertive in the way I pronounce things. And it's almost as if I was proud for the way that I could just stand up as a demonstration of loyalty to God. And when I look back at it, I feel so disappointed with myself that I was, I don't think I saw it at the time, but there was a sense in which I was very proud to be on God's side. And I feel badly about a number of people who probably were very much abused by my preaching style and my manner of behavior. I'm still a person who, personally, in my interaction with people, tend to be very strong in terms of my boundaries and the way I deal with people. I can be very forthright and what have you. But I'll tell you, one of the things that it has done to me, this concept of that God does love all, and it has every intention of restoring everybody. That when He's going to bring every enemy under His footstool, it's not to crush them. He will conquer the world through love. That it just changed me into a person who really wasn't in any hurry. Didn't have an agenda, and was willing to take things a step at a time and see how they turn out. Did you yourself find that in some ways this changed your personal style as you accepted the non-insane view of the gospel?
Well, I was on a long journey of spiritual growth from the fear-based. I'm getting all the feedback here. You having a problem there? Anyway, I was always pretty kind and gentle in preaching and teaching. And I remember a couple came to the church and came in the membership class, become a member of the church, and they asked me about the doctrine of eternal punishment, which the church taught as part of our stated doctrine. And I said to them that I didn't understand why God would do that. It didn't really make sense to me. Best I understand it, it's what the Bible teaches at that time. I believe that. But I had understood it to be that people would go to hell, not for all these things like smoking and drinking and dancing and going to movies, which I was taught growing up, but only for resisting God, hurting other people, refusing the Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ. And I come to the conclusion that God loved the people in hell as much as the ones in heaven, and that God be willing to forgive those in hell if they'd simply ask. But I thought maybe that the people in hell were basically set in their attitudes at a hardening of the arteries, a hardening of the attitudes, and therefore they would never repent, though if they would, God would forgive them. I said to this couple, that's my understanding, where I am right now in my spiritual journey, but I said that's a doctrine in which I would love to be wrong. When I found out not too much later I was wrong, I let that be known because it was such good news I could not keep silent, because I went into ministry to preach the good news, not the bad news. The news of heaven, not the bad news of eternal damnation.
I can identify with that so much because I know myself. first went into the ministry, or when I first had a desire to go into ministry, I hadn't yet become that fundamentalist. And to me, at first, it was really, I wanted to be a spokesperson who would, help make a difference in people's lives where they grasp out for God. And I think that at first it just didn't turn out that way. A couple of people have made some comments here. They're not really a question, but a comment. And one person has said that that these stories that you've been sharing about the spiritual terrorism, they find them so terribly sad, and that it just seems so hurtful to think that these kinds of tragedies have come about, precipitated and energized by such a very commonly accepted gospel. And it is indeed just a sad thing to realize it, and something that I feel that being a person who's a Christian, I feel that I feel a need to be playing a role in healing that kind of problem. We have another question that came from a viewer, and this seems a little off topic to me, but nonetheless, they're curious. And I should remind our viewers that you're a person of a lot of education and a lot of experience in both ministry and in counseling, and in you mentioned studying the Greek and trying to study this. Some people were curious about where do you put the Book of Revelation, and what do you understand its role in the Scripture to be? What's your thoughts about the Book of Revelation?
That's a very good question. Well, I notice you pronounce the book correctly as Revelation, but most fundamentalists pronounce it Revelations. And I point that out in spiritual terrorism, that if people cannot pronounce the name of the book correctly, you might be a little bit hesitant about believing what they say about the content of the book. And I'm not saying that disparagingly. To say, in pronouncing the word Revelations, they're probably just pronouncing it the way they've always heard it pronounced, which is how I heard it pronounced and how I was pronouncing it until I found out otherwise. So they're probably also just regurgitating what they've always been taught about the contents of the book. And actually, there are 4 historical views of the Revelation, and most fundamental Christians, and probably almost all evangelicals, believe only one of them, and that is, I've only heard of one probably, that is the futuristic view. And that is that the Revelation is predicted prophecy, and so it's basically setting forth every jot and tittle of the end of the world, the unfolding of events, called eschatology, in the study of end-time events. But I'd say fundamentalists and evangelicals are pretty much bought into that futuristic view, lock, stock, and barrel. But that's only one of 4. There's another one called the historicist view, which in some sense is the opposite of the futuristic, in that they name dates and people and events and so on, and they give a name as someone who is the Antichrist or the beast. And so they named Nero, they named probably Genghis Khan and Hitler and Mussolini and even President Nixon and Henry Kissinger and Ronald Reagan and others. But when those people have died, then those people have proven themselves to be false prophets. The thing about the futuristic view is, long as they don't name people and dates and so on, then it's always yet future. The danger of naming names and giving dates is that you prove yourself to be a false prophet. Another view is the preterist view. That's Latin for past done. And those people believe that the Revelation was only written for the first century church. And after that, the Revelation has no applicability for today. I don't believe that. What I believe in is the idealist view of the Revelation. It holds that the Revelation is not predicted prophecy, but it is a dramatization, a very vivid dramatization of the conflict between good and evil, which is applicable in every generation, but which is specific to none.
Kind of like the Chronicles of Narnia in an early day.
Yes, you could make application there.
Yeah, that's a very interesting view. I had known there were several views. I had not paid attention to much of them, but the last one, I remember reading about it, and I had forgotten about it. When you started talking about it, I was thinking, "Oh yeah, yeah." Um, I but I found that it's actually one of those books that when I read it, I don't really know how to apply it, and I've tended to just when I read it and then move on. but I got other problems that were more important to me, I guess. Now we're coming we got about 20 minutes left here, so we can talk about a few things. I wanted to know if there was anything in particular that you are working on or concerned with that you wanted to mention yourself that you thought would be useful and helpful to share.
Well, there's so many things to say. I could give a couple more examples. And by the way, the person who said this is sad, that's true. It's terribly sad. And it's just horrible that people's lives are being destroyed by this fear-based Christianity. As Jesus said, you'll know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Let me give an example or two to illustrate that. There's a woman from South Africa, Alice, who emailed me to say that she needed help. And her story was that she had grown up in a Christian church, had been terrorized by it. And she, as a young woman, made the decision that she would never have children in order not to place a child in danger of eternal damnation. Well, she had no choice about being born. She's not going to bring a child in the world who would live in the fear that she was living in, and had been since she'd been 12. And she was 43 years old at the time she contacted me, and will never have children. But she said that she had been so traumatized by this fear-based Christianity that she had actually deconverted from Christianity and joined an online group called xchristian.net. That's xchristian.net. If anyone has any doubt about what I'm saying, maybe I'm overstating the case, it really isn't all that bad. Just Google xchristian.net and read hundreds of terrible stories of people who have been terribly hurt by fear-based Christianity, have converted from the faith, want nothing to do with Christianity. Well, this Alice, after getting my book and reading it, she left the xchristian.net group and is now identifying herself as a Christian Universalist.
You know, it is the kind of thing that you wonder if a person in good conscience can continue. And I've heard of a number of stories of people who had to leave, but then were drawn back when they realized there was another way of thinking about this. Now, you mentioned earlier in the program about when we were talking about Aiken and the way that people apply certain things. We had one viewer who was curious. I find that in fundamentalism and also in evangelicalism, there's this desire to take absolutely every word from the Bible as if it somehow applies to everything and anything I have to do today. Do you have that kind of a view of Scripture, or do you have something where it may be more mysterious in terms of just what it is, or to let it be and it'll figure itself out? How is it? How is it you would understand some of the different passages of Scripture, and such as like the section on Achan and things like that?
That's a very good question. And I would say I do believe the Bible is the Word of God, but I don't believe that every story is literally true, and especially the Torah. Jews know the Torah, we know as the Old Testament. And Achan would be a good example of that. I believe that the tribe believed that he is responsible for their defeat, but I believe it was a case of psychic determinism. That's a term people might want to look up, because that is connecting two unrelated events happening closely in time, but you connect them in one's mind. And I believe that's what they did in the case of Achan. Also, we have cases where there were bears. There were young men who blasphemed, they cursed the man of God, and bears came out of the woods and devoured them. Well, I believe that two things happened. One is they cursed the man of God, and bears came out of the woods and attacked them and killed them. But I don't believe that God caused that to happen. I believe it was a case of psychic determinism. So there are many instances of that, and it's still going on today. For example, the late Dr. Jerry Falwell said that Hurricane Katrina was due to the homosexuality in America and abortion of America. So God caused Hurricane Katrina to kill hundreds of people to punish America for those sins. And back, it was 2011 when the hurricanes hit the East Coast and people were killed. Republican presidential candidate Michelle Bachmann said that God was trying to get America's attention. So those are examples of psychic determinism.
So what you're basically saying, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, is that, well, the scriptures are just being honest in reporting to us that this is how they were thinking, but it's not saying, and so they believed God was doing this, and he definitely was. It's just letting us know that this is how they were making sense of it and attributing it to God, and yet the text is not necessarily claiming that that's the correct way, but just historically reporting the unfortunate dynamic of their own insanity, I guess. We have I have another question here that I'm actually reading from a viewer that came across. So I'm hold on a second. I'm trying to talk and read at the same time. It's not working. Someone said, all churches that I know of teach some form of spiritual terrorism, and they're just frustrated because they're not sure what to do. And I hear this a lot. Some people even stop going to church. They miss the connection, but everywhere they go, they hear this message. Do you have any words of encouragement or advice as to how they could handle such a thing like that? They want to connect, but yet they don't want to have this terrorism gospel constantly thrown into their face.
Well, the churches preach a loving view of God, but the vast majority, I'm getting feedback. Let me unplug my microphone again. Okay, so there are many churches that have a loving view of God, so they could search for those kind of churches. There are many mainline Protestant churches in which you could attend for a year or for a decade and maybe never hear a sermon on hell. You go to a fundamentalist church or many evangelicals, you'll hear about hell very frequently and eternal damnation. But one way that some people are solving the problem, which I cover in Christianity Without Insanity, is the rise of the nuns. This was reported in Time magazine that in 1990, the nuns, that's not N-U-N, but N-O-N-E-S, numbered 8 million. Today, and they number 16 million and are growing. Nuns are those who answer on a survey, what religion are you? They answer none of the above. So they may have stopped calling themselves Christian. They may just call themselves followers of Christ. Most of them are Christians in the sense of believing in Jesus, but they perceive that there's something wrong with the church. They don't know exactly what it is, but they believe that what most churches are teaching today is not what Jesus taught. And I say they have a great innate sense of what spirituality is and what Jesus taught and what he didn't teach. And Jesus did not teach eternal punishment. He taught universal salvation. So many people are dropping out of churches and they're worshiping at home, small groups, under a tree, in a park, in nature, wherever it may be. They are very spiritual people, but not necessarily religious people in the sense of what we think of religious people.
Fortunately today we have at least the option of with the internet. There's actually a number of people who are really connecting strongly with each other through Facebook. I still prefer in many ways the face-to-face, person-to-person involvement, because on Facebook it's a lot of chatting, but person-to-person we're getting involved. We're getting involved in each other's lives, the joys, the disappointments, the tragedies. I think, my house was destroyed in a flood last September, a year ago, and people come out to help me. It's a strange thing to have your own home ripped out from under you, and the touch of the lives of the people who came out to help me was not just touching. It was it was a part of what made going through that something I felt very adequate to do, and so that fellowship was just tremendous. One of the things that I did that helped me was I left the ministry because I found that people didn't want to hear me preach if I wasn't going to preach that traditional message and ask a lot of the questions that I did ask and offer some of the answers I was offering. But I really wanted to be a part of what was going on. And I did get to the point where I felt assured and comfortable enough in my relationship with God that it didn't bother me the way they were talking. And so I actually became a music director at a church, and I did that for almost a decade. And I was really able to, of course, at that time I was still struggling with the message of universalism. Was entertaining it, thinking about it, hadn't yet come to a point where I could make a commitment with it. But it gave me an opportunity to just focus on the inarticulate aspects of worshiping God and just let the other people talk the way they needed to talk. And this at least kept me in connection with the people there, and allowed me to be involved, allowed me to worship God, but without necessarily having to participate in this dialogue that for me wasn't working. So that's one of the things that I did. I don't think it's an option for everyone. But it certainly is a sad thing that we realize that there's a lot of people who have decided to stop the insanity and don't know what to do or where to go, or now are, in addition to putting away this message, are now disenfranchised from a community. And as you say, you lost your own job, and it forced you to have to go in other directions. And I by the way, your hospice work that you involved in was certainly a very awesome and meaningful direction to go in. And I'm sure there are a lot of people very, very appreciative of the work that you did, and that you were available there instead of still back, believing in hell, not understanding it, and all that. Anyway, I got another one. Another question here I'm reading. A viewer comment. I lost a lot of friends when I decided that the church was messing up my mind. Yes, and I can understand that. It's very sad. A viewer who's actually read your book says it really helped them get their head on straight. And so that's good to hear that some of the people viewing have actually people who've read your book and who read it not just to examine it, but found it touching and meaningful. Yeah, and Joey, if you could let me know how much more time we have, that would be helpful. Okay, very good. We have about 6 minutes. Well, Boyd, let me tell you this, that I have just tremendously enjoyed this book and going through it, The Christianity Without Insanity. And I also have had a chance to talk with you, not just tonight, but earlier. And I want to encourage you, let you know that I find you to be a very sweet and delightful person. I'm so glad I got the chance to meet you. And I really feel that this book can be very helpful to people who are struggling with this issue and who need to come face to face and dealing with just what the insane oxymoronic gospel is doing to us and why we need to do something different. So, I'm very appreciative of the fact that you've put forth the effort and the excellent amount of research you've done and putting this book together. So let me just thank you for your amazing gift to us of having given us these two books, the Spiritual Terrorism book and the Christianity Without Insanity. Thank you so much. Now, we want to let people know that you have a website that's associated with each of these books, including the ChristianityWithoutInsanity.com and also the HealingSpiritualTerrorism.com. Do you have any other websites? Do you have like a blog?
No, I am going to be doing some blogging, but the site for spiritualism, healingspiritualterrorism.com, is a very comprehensive site. There's a lot of free information there. I'm just in the process of building the one for Christianity Without Insanity. So there's some good information there, but it's not as much as is going to be there as I have more time to do that. And then also as I have time to blog. Let me say two or three things, if I may, in closing. One about atheism. I thought atheists to be generally very intelligent, well-educated, thinking people, and it's probably a healthy reaction to fear-based religion and the oxymoronic gospel. And I've been asked about the possibility of speaking to an atheist group at a major university, which I said I would be happy to do. And also, I believe a major problem in our country of drug addiction, alcoholism, and the illegal drugs, as well as abuse of prescription drugs, is due to spiritual insanity and people being so stressed and depressed by this fear-based religion. And the subtitle of Christianity Without Insanity is for optimal mental, emotional, physical health. And it's based on the principle of psychopathology, which I've taught at graduate college, Marshall University Graduate College. And anything that oppresses the person, the mind, impacts the mind negatively, is going to have a negative effect on one's nervous system and can depress the human immune system and open us up to opportunistic diseases, including some forms of cancer. Certainly can cause stress and depression and lead people into abuse of prescription drugs, even into the use of illegal drugs. Last thing I would like to say that this is what led me to believe in universal salvation after a long study of the Greek text is Jesus' mixed metaphor for the purpose of hell. Literally, Gehenna, the city dump of Jerusalem, used illustratively of hell. Jesus said it'd be better to cut off your foot, pluck out your eye, or cut hands or feet, pluck out your eye, than to go into Gehenna where the fire's not quenched. And he said that for everyone will be salted with fire. Now, I've asked hundreds of people the question, have you ever heard of being salted with fire? Almost no one has heard of it. That includes pastors, chaplains, other clergy, seminary professors, college professors of religion, and pastors of churches. Very few people have heard. The only ones that have believe in universal salvation. So that's to be literal. Fundamentalists say you have to be literal interpreting the Bible. But I submit that you cannot literally salt anything or anyone with fire. It is clearly a mixed metaphor, and Jesus took salt, which is used metaphorically for preservation, purification, and fire, used the same way, and mixed the metaphors. They try to keep literalists from being literal, but they do it anyway. But clearly, it means purification, and the Good News Bible, today's English version, correctly translates salted with fire, as everyone will be purified by fire. So that's Jesus' definitive and final answer on the purpose of hell. Everyone will be purified by fire.
That you mentioned what you also were talking about there, in that your concept of Christianity without insanity is not just based on some sort of technical study of the scripture, but an understanding of the holistic and varied way in which it has affected us and our lives and our health and our well-being in so many different ways, so that this doctrine isn't just a mistake. It's a travesty of what in what it's doing to us and the impact and consequences we're suffering. Well, anyway, we're out of time, and it was awesome to have you on the show. I'm glad that we've had an opportunity to talk about your books. I hope a lot of people read them and find them helpful. And one thing I meant to mention earlier is that I understand that you were also made a member of the board of the Christian Universalist Association recently, as you were speaking there at their large conference they had this last weekend. And so I congratulate you on that. And thank you so much for your time. I wish you well, and I will no doubt be talking to you again from time to time, and looking for, who knows, maybe more books in the future.
Well, thank you. May I say one more thing? That people asked about church and worship. Actually, it's in the process that the Christian Universalist Association may develop an online kind of virtual worship service that's being talked about, and people are volunteering to do it. So that could be an answer for some people for the future.
I was reading about that. It sounds exciting. Okay, well, thank you again, and let me just say to our viewers, thank you also for a lot of your comments and questions. And again, thank you so much to Dr. Boyd Purcell for his presence with us tonight and the influence that he's had in his awesome ministry. We think you're a wonderful guy. Really enjoyed your book. I think it's a tremendous thing. I hope more people read it and offer you some excellent reviews there on Amazon.com. And thank you so much. And on behalf of Dr. Jones, who wasn't able to stay with us tonight, I want to thank you for listening here at the place. We'll see you again, who knows when.
Thank you. Good to be with you.